in Article 15, educational assistance. This is with regard to both the rank and file unit and the supervisor's unit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Excellent, very good. I, the special magistrate, shall, per Florida statutes 447.403 sub 3 and 447.405, as well as Florida Administrative Code Rule 60cc-3.006 sub 3, I shall be the final arbiter of the admissibility, materiality, relevance, and weight of all evidence submitted for inclusion in the record, and compliance with the rules of evidence shall not be required. Parties have also agreed to the following order of proceedings. First, we'll take up any preliminary matters, which we'll do momentarily. Then the parties will make their presentations. The union will make its initial presentation with respect to financials, comparable fire and rescue departments, proposed language, and the like as to all articles. The city will then make its own presentation as to the same substance. If either party presents testimony, which I understand both parties intend to, the opposing party may cross-examine. Please note that as to witnesses, I typically only allow direct examination, cross-examination, and rebuttal. If I should ask a question, ask a witness any questions, which I usually will do after both parties' examinations are complete, I will then allow the parties' follow-up questions, if any, solely related to the specific questions I've asked. I will usually only allow any further examination, recross, or surrebuttal if genuinely new topics are raised during rebuttal. Finally, the parties have agreed they'll submit post-hearing briefs in lieu of oral closing arguments with respect to this proceeding. So, before we move into any other preliminary matters, prior to the hearing, at my request, the parties have submitted to me several exhibits for me to consider, and which I presume we'll hear more about during the hearing. The union has submitted exhibits A1, A1.1, A2, A2.1, A3, A3.1, A4, A4.1, A5, A5.1, B, C1, C2, and D through K. The city has submitted exhibits 1 through 21. And I have all those exhibits, both as PDFs and many of them also as hard copy. So, with all that having been said, are there any preliminary matters council would like to take up before we get started?
I don't think so.
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay, all right, very good. Well, in that instance, we will begin with the union's presentation.
Thank you very much. The union would call Union President Joseph Davis.
All right, as I understand it, we're going to have the witnesses testify up here at the podium, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, please come forward, sir, please sworn.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you please raise your right hand to be sworn, Madam Reporter.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, would you give me your full name and its correct spelling?
Joseph David Davis, JOSEPH,
Excellent, thank you. Your witness, counsel.
President Davis, where are you employed?
at the Tallahassee Fire Department.
And for how long have you been employed with Tallahassee Fire?
14 years.
Is your current job classification with the city of Tallahassee included in a certified bargaining unit that's represented by a union?
It is.
Which union?
The Tallahassee Professional Firefighters.
Explain briefly, please, to the special magistrate the structure of Local 2339.
So our structure, we fall under the IAFF and in our state under the Florida Professional Firefighters. We have a president, vice president, secretary and treasurer, and then a district vice president that's over a bargaining unit down in Waukalla.
So how many bargaining units does Local 2339 represent?
3.
And what are they again?
The rank and file for the Tallahassee Fire Department, the supervisory unit for the Tallahassee Fire Department, and the bargaining unit at Waukalla County Fire Rescue.
And what's the total membership of Local 2339?
Right now, I believe we're at 255.
Within the two Tallahassee bargaining units, what are the classifications that are included in each?
So the rank and file would include the ranks of firefighter, engineer, and lieutenant. and the supervisory unit would include the captains and battalion chiefs.
Do you hold any position with the union?
I do, I'm the president.
Explain generally and briefly what the duties are involved in your position as president of Local 2339.
All right, so I preside over our meetings, I preside over the executive board, and I preside over representation, which means I deal with representation inside the department and for bargaining purposes.
Were you involved in the negotiations that led to this impasse?
Yes.
During those negotiations, were the parties negotiating both the rank and file and supervisory bargaining unit contracts at the same bargaining sessions?
Yes, we were.
I'm going to ask you to look at what's marked the Union Notebook 2, if you would. And turn your attention, please, to Exhibit J. And there should be two documents behind J that are separated by a color sheet. You recognize those documents?
Yes, sir.
Let's first talk about the document that's at the front, closest to the J tab. You recognize that document? What is it?
That is the rank and file contract that ended October 1st of last year.
And behind the color tab is what?
That's the supervisory agreement that it had the same term.
So those are the status quo agreements that were subject to renegotiation?
Yes, sir.
Regarding the negotiations that led to this impasse, what contract term have the union and city both been negotiating?
So at the close of that, of the previous agreement, we had agreed to a one-year contract, and that has been the premise of pretty much the entirety of these negotiations.
At any time during bargaining, was there discussion about the possibility of a 3-year instead of a 1-year agreement?
Yes, the city came to the table asking about proceeding with a 3-year agreement. We told them that we would entertain any direction that they wanted to go. At one point, they offered a 3-year agreement that was unreasonable, but we still said that we would entertain 3-year agreements.
When did negotiations begin for those successor agreements?
I believe we started the last week of March of last year.
And do you recall how many sessions were held before the declaration of impasse?
I believe it was 19.
Did the parties continue to bargain after impasse was declared?
We had 2 bargaining sessions, I believe, after that declaration.
As the union prepared to go to the table with the city for those negotiations, was there an attempt made by the union to explain the union's position with regard to the proposals they were preparing to make?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to what's marked as the union's exhibit notebook number 1. And then turn your attention to tab D. D as in dog. You recognize this document?
I do.
What is this document?
It is the PowerPoint presentation that we shared with the city at the first negotiation session.
Who put this presentation together?
With the help of a couple of mighty board members, I did.
How long did the union work on putting this presentation together before it was presented to the city?
We started on compiling some of the data the fall prior, some of the data with comparison departments, and then about a month or so out, we began putting this particular presentation together.
Where did the information that's included in this presentation, where did that come from?
The data came from collective bargaining agreements from various departments around the state, and the sentiment came from our members.
Why did the union put this presentation together?
We wanted the city to understand all areas in which we felt we were behind, all areas where we felt our people needed some change, and we had been instructed by the city to bring everything to the table. So we wanted to compile that in a way that was understandable.
And I believe you indicated that this presentation we're looking at here was presented to the city's bargaining team?
It was
When was it presented?
at the first session.
And was it presented to anyone else?
I think we shared pieces of it with other officials within the city, and we shared it with our members.
This is, as I look at this is broken into several sections or headings. So I want to go through this presentation and have you explain it, each section to the special magistrate. So let's start with this introductory slide titled Perceptions. Can you explain this message of this slide and why it is included in this presentation?
So we had had several requests for MOUs the previous year, because there were several issues within the department, mandatory overtime and such, that needed to be addressed. And we were directed by, this is a quote from the deputy city manager, that all that just needs to be brought to negotiations. We need to bring that to our collective bargaining negotiations. And her quote basically, said to us that, we need to bring everything to the table so that we know, where each side stands moving forward, and can try to address what each side needs.
Turn, if you would, to the next slide that's titled Our Areas of Concern. And let's walk the special magistrate through this slide.
Right, these were the 5 areas that we felt not only did we need to address within this particular negotiation cycle, but they also were the basics of areas that we have dealt with at other negotiations as well. So, we wanted to structure it out so that we could, easily understand where we were at in each situation. Or you want me to go through each one of the areas?
No, I think we're going to go through those in more detail. Were these the areas, primary areas of concern that Local 2339 was attempting to address through its bargaining proposals?
Yes.
All right, the next slide is titled Approach. Can you explain this slide?
Yeah, so for each one of those areas, we wanted to take a look at where we were as a department, look at where other departments, both internally and externally, were on each one of those issues, and then try to set a goal together at the table of where we need to get, and then formulate a plan as to how we get there.
All right, behind that slide starts the next general section of this presentation, and it's titled Pay Ranges. And the first slide in that section is marked FY23 situation. Can you walk us through the message of this slide?
Yeah, so, we had just come out of the contract that had been signed just after COVID, right? So we were looking at our pay increases during that contract had not kept up with inflation, as we had seen in other areas around the state. We were having a change in the workforce as firefighters coming out of COVID. There were less firefighters wanting to remain in the field. We saw that other departments around the state were trying different things to compete more adequately for that shrinking workforce, larger swings in pay and different things that they were doing for their workforce. And we also saw that we were still working much more in a year's time than other first responders, both within our field and other first responders here. Within the city.
The next slide is titled Problems. Explain what the problems were with regard to pay ranges from the union's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we after speaking to our membership and speaking to other groups around the state, we can see where our pay ranges were causing problems for recruitment and retention. So both that our starting salary was a concern for people getting them in the door, and then we were having an issue further up the chain with not keeping up with other departments and keeping people, staying here, right? As people were coming in the door, they didn't see a future for themselves, so they weren't staying. That was causing decreased morale. I deal with it there, and dedication to the organization. And then we also looked at the cost that also losing people adds to the department, losing that investment in each person as they leave against the firm.
As a part of this presentation, you examined what's covered in the next slide, which is the approaches that you found were being taken to these issues in the other comparative departments. There's a slide marked Contemporary Approaches. Can you explain the information contained here to the special magistrate?
Right. So we were seeing departments that were coming out with CBAs that had larger swings, trying to catch up with that inflationary issue coming out of COVID. Some of that was due to monies that were coming into municipalities, federal money after COVID, and the risk on the job. But a lot of it was due to competing for that workforce. And at the same time, we saw several departments that were decreasing their work week, which had two effects. You had people working less, obviously, and able to spend time with family, but that also increases their hourly rate.
So on the left column there where it says large increases in pay, when we say that Hillsborough County 29%, Orlando 27%, Naples 26%, those indicated increases in wages were spread over what period of time? Were they 1 year? Were they over the most recent contract?
Yeah, those three were 3 years over their most recent 3-year contract.
Okay. And on the right-hand side, let me start with it just so we have an understanding. Currently, what is the work schedule that your shift bargaining unit members work?
We work a 24/48 cycle, and we average at a 53-hour work week.
So you have Kelly days?
We have a Kelly day every third 19-day cycle.
Okay. So your average is a 53-hour work week and annualized?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we see it says Lakeland 14% and then 48-hour work week, explain what that means.
Yeah, so they went from a 53-hour work week to a 48-hour work week, right? So they increased the number of Kelly days that those employees had in a year. They shrunk down how much they worked on average per week, which also has them get overtime after 48 hours of work, whereas we get overtime after 53 hours of work.
And Alachua County?
Yeah, the same.
Okay. And what shift schedule had Alachua County been on before they moved to the 48-hour work week?
They were on a 24/48, but they did not have Kelly days prior to that.
So they were on a 56-hour work.
Correct.
Okay. And they moved from a 56 to a 48?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The next slide is titled Other Pay Issues. Walk us through this if you would.
So some of the other issues that we felt we needed to address in the negotiations at the table, there was an issue with a group of hires from 2022 that it wasn't foreseeable by either side. I don't believe at the previous negotiations we added a step raise once they finish their probation, but that was only going to happen after a certain date. And because of how that laid out and the city needing to hire a large chunk of employees that particular summer, we were gonna have employees that were hired on, and later on, people hired after them would be making more than them. So we needed to have a fix for that at the table. We felt we needed to have a fix for 24-hour pay for deployment for our USAR teams. We had USAR personnel out on storm duty, et cetera, that were not being paid for the whole time while they were out there. If they were, if they weren't actively working while they were deployed, they were not being paid, and we felt that put them at risk from a workers' comp standpoint. We felt we needed to change how we dealt with overtime because we were having a large amount of mandatory overtime. And we felt that if we changed how we dealt with the personal leave, not counting towards overtime, that we would have more people volunteering for overtime and less mandatory. On-call pay, we hadn't addressed on-call pay for our staff people in over a decade, I believe, at that point. So we felt it needed to be addressed to keep up with the market. Mandatory overtime pay, again, we felt that, because there was an issue with staffing, that had been our staffing factor had been reduced over a period of time, that, either we needed more staffing or that mandatory overtime pay needed to be a little bit more to drive the employer to add staff. The 6% supplement, that was to basically true up what was being done between rank and file staff people and supervisory contract staff people. And holiday pay, we were willing to have the conversation with the city about changing how we dealt with holiday pay to help make it so we don't have so much mandatory on those holidays.
Let's go back for a minute to the supplemental pay for staff. Explain these staff positions, how that comes about and what they are. Are these bargaining unit employees
Yes.
that we're talking about?
Yes, they are. So we have staff employees in prevention, training, a couple of that are in the medical area, special operations at that particular time was under the bargaining unit. So they're sworn individuals, but they do not receive holiday pay. There were a couple of things that because they don't receive those several years back, we included a supplement in their contract to make up for those pay items.
So this is a person that might be in the rank and file unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And are these temporary positions or are they permanent?
They're permanent positions. The rank and file ones are already getting a 6% supplement. The supervisory employees were only getting a 4%.
Okay, so they would be moved into a position off of shift onto a 40-hour week?
Yes.
Okay, to handle some special focused area?
Yes.
Okay. All right. When we get to the unions, going through the unions' proposals on the articles of impasse here in a few minutes, are these the kind of the pay, are these the issues that the union is attempting to address through its proposals on each of the articles of impasse as it relates to pay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there were a few items that you'll see during this presentation that we did not get to. It was foreseeable that it would have taken a longer period of time than 1 year to address, but most of the larger issues in each section we were able to address in our proposals.
All right, now I believe that you had indicated that one of the issues or one of the problems that from the union standpoint was an issue with starting pay, correct? All right, let's turn to the next slide titled Starting Salaries. Where did this list of comparable departments we see illustrated in this slide, where did they come from?
All right, so those were generated by us. We looked around the state at bargaining units who had newer collective bargaining agreements since COVID. We wanted to be able to look at what was being done in the industry after all of the inflation, the change in the workforce, et cetera.
And where did the data used to create this chart, where did that come from?
That came from their collective bargaining agreements.
All right, this first slide we're looking at here, what job classification are we looking at within each of these departments?
So this particular slide is for the firefighter rank, it says starting salary, so that's the step one in their pay scale.
And so blue is Tallahassee, is that the blue all the way to the left?
Yes, sir.
So among this list of comparative departments, Tallahassee in terms of firefighter starting pay was at the lowest?
Yes, it was.
Okay, let's look at the next slide. Explain this slide to the special magistrate, please.
All right, so we took that same list of numbers, we adjusted it based off of the cost of living index to calculate and factor in what the cost of living in those various different areas of the state were.
All right, so Boynton Beach in the first chart was fifth from the top. When we adjust it for cost of living, it dropped significantly.
Yes.
Why is that?
Basically because those dollars don't go as far in Boynton Beach.
Okay. Is it likewise for the gray, the St. Petersburg, or is that Orlando? Yeah, that's St. Petersburg.
Yeah, the left, the gray that's on the left-hand side, that's St. Petersburg.
Okay,
So yeah, there's a drop as well.
all right. So even adjusted for cost of living,
Yeah.
Tallahassee's firefighter starting pay was still at the bottom?
Yes.
Let's talk about starting hourly rate. Do all of these comparative departments work the same schedule?
No, they do not.
So how was this calculated?
Right, so this was calculated by looking at their total salary divided out by the hours that they worked for the year.
Okay.
And most of those departments were on, at that point in time, were on a 48-hour work week, since, two of them either have gone to or are going to a 42-hour work week.
All right, on the next slide, we look at other classifications. Can you walk the special magistrate briefly through each of these?
Yeah, so from top left, you have the engineer step one salary, then the lieutenant's step one salary, captain salary, and battalion chief salary for that same list of comps. There's a couple of them that have less comps on there, that's just because they don't have a captain's rank within that department, or whichever rank, if the city's not on that particular sheet.
So as compared with this group, is it fair to say that captains and battalion chiefs were more competitive than the firefighter and, or the firefighter and the engineer and lieutenant classifications?
Yeah, when we were looking at it, the captains and battalion chiefs were more competitive. Our concerns that, number one, we didn't feel they were at the competitive level that we felt they should be, number one, and then number two, that they needed to be kept competitive.
Did you also look at non-bargaining unit job classifications within the fire department?
Yes, we did.
Okay, look at the next slide if you would. Is this an accurate reflection of the comparative wages for those departments for the position of fire chief, division chief, and deputy chief?
Yes, it is.
All right, turn to the next slide that's titled Percentile of Comp Departments, and explain to the special magistrate what's illustrated in this chart.
Right, so in looking at the level of competitiveness based off of the comps listed, You know, if you were at the very bottom end, you would be at 0%. If you were at the top, if you were the top line, you would be at 100%. This is where we fell within those columns at each of these particular ranks.
So on the scale among your comparable departments, this is kind of where you fell?
Yes.
Okay,
Council, I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't understand this slide.
okay.
All right,
I didn't either when I first, I had that.
let me take another crack at it.
Okay.
Right, so when you're looking at percentages of where you are at what percentile on a given list, if you're at the very bottom, you're at 0%, and if you're at the very top, you're at 100%. This just gives us a percentage. Basically, if you were looking at each of those departments all together, meshed in together, gives us an idea of where we would be in that pool percentage.
The way I read it was, among the comps for that classification, there is a starting point, there's a low point and a high point. This marks it from 0 to 100%, the lowest being 0, the top being 100%. On that scale of those comparative departments, where does Tallahassee fall in that range? If they're the lowest, they're at 0. If they were, you've got captains here, they were at the midpoint of that range for those comparables.
Probably the easiest visual way to look at that, if you go back to the slide with the engineer, lieutenant, captain, and battalion chief. If you look at the engineer one, we you know, on the other slide it's at 0%. You see it's at the very bottom. If you look at the battalion chief one, we would say that's at the 63rd percentile between the bottom, the low end, the bottom department and the top department.
So you're comparing where your bargaining unit is, your position in the bargaining unit, as compared to the mean of the other things, or as compared to the highest of the other?
Compares to the
That's what I'm-
highest.
That's
The highest.
Yes,
Okay.
I think that's
Okay.
the best way
Right.
to describe it.
Which is why captain salary, which is a little more than 90, is 50% as opposed to other.
Because the range starts at 70, a little over 70, and
Okay.
runs to.
I think I have a better understanding. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry for the
That's all right.
diversion there,
That's all right.
Johnson.
The next slide in this presentation is titled Personnel Cost as a Percentage of Budget. Explain this, please, to the special magistrate.
Well, to keep from having, this is a two-part slide, right? So this slide and the slide after it are the same slide in essence. But we were looking at when we looked at the whole budget for each of the comp departments, and including our own. We looked at the percentage that was spent on payroll and payroll and payroll items, benefits, et cetera. So when we looked at that, if you look at the next slide, that's where we were at this, at 60 some odd percent of our budget was being spent at that point in time on pay issues, pay costs.
And so looking at,
Personnel costs,
so if I'm reading this correctly, the next slide, Boynton Beach would be 85, 86% of their fire department budget is spent on personnel costs?
Yes. Yes,
And in the middle, Tampa would be right at 80, is that correct?
correct.
Okay. The next slide is a scatter chart titled Our Competition Work versus Pay, Work and Pay. Can you walk the special magistrate through this chart?
Yeah, so we were looking at the kind of the intersection of, you know, the starting salary and pay as a my daughter would be disappointed in me for not being able to immediately spit that out at the x-axis, and hours worked at the y-axis, to look at what we're working for, the amount of pay that we're receiving, right? And as I said before, most of those departments were on a 48-hour work week, and that's why you can see a lot of them are substantially lower than us in the amount of hours worked when you calculate in the personal leaves, et cetera. A couple of them, including the blue one that is next to us there, Gainesville Fire Department, either have or are moving to a 42-hour work week, so it will move substantially on that chart.
So they will drop, assuming nothing happened with their pay, they would just drop down below that line to the work less.
Yes, they
That
would go
bubble,
down
that,
the line.
their bubble would drop down below the line, correct? All right, I'm going to direct your attention to Union's Exhibit H. I ask you to turn to that.
Is it small?
Yes, these are small numbers, I apologize. In addition to the wage comparison that you included in your initial bargaining presentation to the city, in preparation for this hearing, did the union prepare another wage comparison chart?
Yes, we do.
Under H, do you recognize this composite exhibit?
I do.
What is this exhibit?
So this is a exhibit of the starting salary comparison for the departments for the cities that the city of Tallahassee uses as comps.
And what job classification do each of these charts represent?
So these are, each of these are all firefighter, the firefighter rank, just at different years within their career, if they were to stay at the firefighter rank.
Okay, where did the information contained in this sheet, where did this come from?
From their bargaining, from their collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, and this is a different set of comparative departments than we just looked at in the other charts. Where did this list of comparative departments come from?
It came from it's listed in the city's annual report as the cities that they use as comparative.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to pause for a minute and go over to Exhibit Notebook 2. Under Exhibit K. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is this?
It's the city's annual report for this end of the state of Florida.
Okay, for fiscal year ending when?
I think it was the 22, yeah. So-
All right, turn if you would to page 10 of this document. Are the departments that you used in this second comparison, the departments listed here under the, under this letter of transmittal?
Yes, all but one.
Which one is missing?
Daytona.
Why is that not included?
We weren't able to get their collective bargaining agreement in time to compile the information.
Okay, right under the heading millage rates, read the first sentence into the record there that's included in the city's audited financial statement.
As indicated below, the city enjoys the lowest millage rate of the comparable largest cities in Florida for 2022 and 2021.
And who are the people that signed this transmittal letter?
That would be Assistant City Manager Christian Doolin and Director of Financial Services Patrick Plummer.
All right, let's go back to the charts and kind of walk the special magistrate through these. So we've said that this, I think you explained that this is, we're looking at in each of these only the firefighter classification. Is that correct? Okay. So the first page, it looks at what stage, where in the firefighter's career are we looking at in this first sheet?
That will be starting salary, set.
Okay, so it says year one comparison, that's beginning, correct? And what is the next page?
Year 5,
And the next?
year 10, year 15, and then year 20.
Okay, so this composite exhibit examines firefighter only, we're not looking at any other classification, at year 1, 5, 10, 15, and 20?
Right.
Okay. Let's go back to page 1. the first column there says base salary.
Yes.
What is included in your examination of base salary?
So that's their gross salary. Their gross salary that's generally listed as the starting salary for that position by the department or city.
And so that does not include any add-ons or incentives or
No.
any other pay? Okay. So down below at year one in base salary, what is the average among the comps? What's the dollar amount?
53,567.89.
And Tallahassee?
44,730, 729 cents.
So that represents a what percentage lag behind the average?
It ended up being a 16.5% deviation from the average.
So at year one, start base salary for firefighter, 16.5% behind the comparables?
On gross salary, yes, sir.
Okay, and then if we walk over a little more than halfway across this, there's a column titled total comp. What are we looking at in that column?
So that will be their base salary plus any pay add-ons, holiday pay, differential pay, et cetera.
Okay, so any other available pay that's available to them in the collective bargaining agreement is added to that to get to the total comp?
Correct.
And what's the average total comp at year one for the comparative departments?
The average for the comparatives are 57,347.
And what is Tallahassee's deviation from the average?
In dollars?
Percentage?
Percentage is 18.13% deviation.
Okay. And explain, we're going to go all the way to the last column, it says cost per hour worked.
Right.
Explain how that calculation is made.
Right, so that takes your total compensation and basically divides that out by the total hours worked. So your hours that you're scheduled minus leave products, leave accruals.
So it starts with your annual total regularly scheduled hours? So that scheduled hours is your
Yes.
regular, represents your regular scheduled hours?
Yes.
Okay. And from that deducts leaves that are granted?
Correct.
Okay. And so what is the average cost per hour worked among the departments, dollars?
$23.98
And for Tallahassee?
is 18.02.
Okay. And then, do each of the subsequent pages reflect the same information
Yes,
except
it's the
for?
same layout.
Okay. All right. Based on the information you looked at in those collective bargaining agreements, does this provide an accurate reflection of the tracking of base wage, total compensation, and cost per hour for the firefighter classification among those comparative departments?
Yes, it does.
All right, let's go back to Exhibit D for pick up where we left off in the presentation here. This next slide in the presentation is titled Current Pay versus TPD. Who are we comparing ourselves with here?
With the police department, so an internal comp.
Can you walk the special magistrate through this slide?
Yeah, so the chart's basically laid out like a mirror. If you're looking from the top and the bottom looking in, you're looking at ranks that are comparable or the most comparable to each other. Looking at the start, like if you look at the top left, you got our starting salary as firefighters, and then the average salary for that rank. And then looking down, you have the same going back up from TPD.
And how is the average calculated for each of these classifications?
I believe for this chart, it was done by, it was done by the average of each step within their pay plan.
So taking their current pay plan, top and bottom, the average of that?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Turn, if you would, to Exhibit C for a moment.
See,
And there's two documents behind tab C, separated by a color sheet. Do you recognize these documents?
yes, I do.
What are these documents?
Those are the current collective bargaining agreements for the two bargaining units of Tallahassee Police Department.
The one in front of the tab is for which bargaining unit?
That is their officers and investigators. And then the one in the back is their sergeants and lieutenants.
And what period of time do these contracts cover?
They cover FY '24, '25, and '26, I believe.
Okay, and on the front page of both is a signed dated sheet. What's the date that's reflected on those cover sheets?
March 9th of last year.
And when did the fire department go to the table to begin negotiating a new agreement?
I believe our first negotiation was around the 24th or so of March.
So these contracts were ratified just before
Yes.
you started negotiations with the city, is that correct? Let's start with the contract in front of the blue page, the officers and investigators.
Okay.
All the way at the back of that contract, there's a page marked Appendix C.
Yes.
Can you please turn to that page? What does this appendix illustrate? Okay, I'm sorry.
It's a lot of turn. It's right before the color, the blue sheet. On the right-hand side, right there. Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent, thank you, sorry.
All right, this is Appendix C to the officers and investigators contract that was signed March of '23, correct? And what does this Appendix C illustrate?
It shows the changes from the previous, from that current year, the changes in pay for each step going into their first year of that contract.
Okay, so there's a line that says FY '23 salary, that's where they were coming from at step one. And then, as a result of these negotiations and this collective bargaining agreement, that step one increased from, in this case, $49,895 to $60,500. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
And the same throughout that?
Yeah, that, it illustrates the same change, or similar from changes from FY '23 to '24 for each step.
Okay, and then, so that was just occurring in the first year of the agreement, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, look on the page to the left, what's marked Appendix A.
Yes.
What does this illustrate?
So that would show not only that first year of the agreement, but the second and third years as well.
So there was whatever increase was negotiated in this first year of the agreement for PBA,
Yes.
but then from there, it takes that 60,000, and there's adjustments in the second and third year of that agreement as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that 60,000, if I'm reading this right, at step 0, goes from 60,000 to 62 in '25, and then goes to 64 in '26. Is that, am I reading that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding that in addition to that, these employees also were granted step increases?
In year 2 and year 3, in FY '25 and '26.
So there was kind of the initial slotting in the year 1, the
Right.
change to the plan, and then increases plus steps in year 2 and 3?
Yes.
Let's turn to the contract behind the blue divider. And likewise, go to the last page of that. And there's an Appendix C there as well.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain this Appendix C? Looks like two charts. At the top is sergeants and the bottom is lieutenants.
Right, so the pay is different for each of those ranks for them, but it's a similar layout. It shows the movement from each step into the first year of the contract.
Okay, so if I'm reading this correctly, then fiscal year '23, as the contract they were leaving from had a step one for sergeants that was $72,794.
Yes.
A step two that was $76,069, and a step three that was $79,492.
Yes.
And all of those, upon ratification of this agreement, became $90,300.
Correct.
So in that first year, a sergeant, step one sergeant, received a first-year increase in his annual salary, his or her annual salary, from $72,794 to $90,300. Is that correct? Okay. And same thing for lieutenants down below.
Yeah, similar layout for the lieutenants.
Okay, so a step one lieutenant who had been at $80,617 in this first year went from $80,617 to $106,623.
Correct.
Okay, and then go over to Appendix A, the page, accompanying page for the supervisory bargaining unit there as well.
Yes, sir.
Were there, as we looked at in the officers and investigators, did the city grant additional increases in the second and third year of that agreement as well?
They did.
And is it your understanding that in addition to that, sergeants and lieutenants received step increases in the second and third year of the agreement as well?
That is my understanding.
Okay. All right, let's go back to Exhibit D, Notebook 1. Let's go to the current pay versus Tallahassee PD slide, and let's talk about that.
Okay.
So the salary, base salary of a firefighter was $44,729, is that correct?
Yes.
And after that first year adjustment that we just looked at under the PD contract, a starting officer was starting at $60,500, is that correct? Am I reading those correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then likewise, there is no comparative classification to engineer, but likewise for lieutenants. Fire lieutenant was at $66,573, and the starting sergeant, the comparative rank was $90,300?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the next major section of this pre-negotiation presentation that the union put together, titled Pension. And behind that heading slide is a slide that's titled FY23 Situation. Can you explain this slide to the special magistrate, please?
Yeah, so we had a small 2% contribution decrease in the previous collective bargaining agreement, but we were still an outlier not only within the city of Tallahassee, but also with our comps. Internally, we were more than 6% above what the police were paying in, and more so from what general employees were paying in for their pensions. And it had remained an issue for our firefighters and engineers as an issue that they were looking at as to why they were looking at other departments. So it was a consistent issue for us for both recruitment and retention. And then the last thing there, we several years back were pushed to move part of our employees after a certain date to a Plan D, to another retirement plan, and part of that was moving them to, instead of a 25-year retirement, into a 27-year retirement. And we wanted to have the conversation with the city about FRS had just moved back to a 25-year for their first responders. We were one of the only ones having a 27-year retirement that we felt we needed to move that back to remain competitive.
The next slide under pension is titled Problems. As it relates to pension and problems created from pension, can you explain the information contained in this slide to the special magistrate?
Similar to the problems list that was listed for the pay ranges, like I just said, the cost of our pension was remaining an issue with both recruitment and retention, which led to lower morale and lower dedication to the organization, leading to people leaving the organization, which adds to costs to our organization and loss of experience for the community.
And then the next slide is titled Pension Issues. Can you walk the special magistrate through this slide?
Yeah, the first part there is what I was talking about Plan D and the 27-year plan. The second section there talks about our high contribution rates. The PD had been moved to 10.9%. We were at substantially higher than that. It'll be in slides after this. There was also a ordinance change from 2 contracts back that we had found that we felt was inaccurate. Ordinance change that we felt needed to be dealt with, where they changed who could buy time at what point in your career you could buy time. And then we also wanted to look at the ability to purchase time to allow people who, irrespective of whether or not they worked in another municipality, to buy time in order to reduce the amount of years that they were working. We felt that, number one, that was a benefit to the employee, but also would benefit the organization, because the longer we're on the job, and you'll see later on, we deal with the amount of hours that we work, the more exposure we are to issues that drive PTSD, the more risk there is for workers' comp, et cetera.
Are these the pension issues that the union is attempting to address through its bargaining proposals?
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide titled Pension Contribution.
Yes, sir.
Are these the same comparative departments we looked at in the earlier part of your
They are.
presentation? And again, this presentation, as we're looking at it here, was provided to the city at the beginning of bargaining, yes?
Correct.
Okay. As it relates to that list of comparable cities,
Mm-hmm.
how does the contribution rate paid by your bargaining unit members compare?
Right, we're at the top end. We're at the 2 bars at the far left. The blue bar is our Plan C, which is at 18.69%, and the orange bar is our Plan D, which is at 16.69%.
So that's the percentage of payroll that each of your members contributes from their base salary to fund their pension benefits, correct?
Yes.
Let's look at the next slide, pension contribution versus Tallahassee PD. I keep saying Tampa, I've got Tampa on my mind.
It's closer to home.
No, it's the reason why it's coming up in a minute,
Yeah.
especially when we're talking about pension.
Yeah.
All right, explain this slide, please, to the special magistrate.
So these are the same 2, Plan C and Plan D, for our firefighters, compared to the pension, the pension contribution rate for the police department here in Tallahassee.
And I just want to be clear, fire and police here are in the same pension plan?
Yeah, the city manages all 3 general employees, fire and police altogether. There are some differences between the 3, but our plan is substantially the same as the police.
Okay. And their contribution rate is just below 11?
It's 10.9, 10.9 or 10.99, I can't remember which.
And again, your Plan C is 18 point?
18.69,
And there's the D plan?
16.69.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this represent?
So this represents the historical amount that the city is, the employer is paying for each of the plans for the fire, police, and general employees.
Where the contribution rates spiked from 14 to 19, do you have any understanding of why that occurred in all three plans?
So there were some changes in assumptions from the federal government for mortality around that time, and that would have factored into all three. As to why fire moved up so much quicker within that 2017 year range, I'm not sure.
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn, if you would, to Exhibit E. E is in Edward. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
What is this document?
It is a list of all of the 175 and 185 pension plans, municipal pension plans from the state of Florida.
And 175 plans are municipal plans covering who?
175 plans cover firefighters, and 185 plans cover police officers.
And so according to, how was this document obtained?
It's obtainable from the DMS, it's printed off of the DMS website.
Okay, the Division of Management Services?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so this is maintained by the state?
Yes.
Okay. And on the last page of this, according to this, how many total plans, police and fire plans, existed as of January 1, 2021 in the state?
The total plans were 343, total cities 210.
Okay. All right, behind that exhibit under F, in a pocket, and the special magistrate's really going to like the type on this chart.
Smiling, Council.
We did provide it electronically so you can use the Zoom feature. I do not have that available to you in the moment, but do you recognize this document?
So I actually don't have that in mind, but I can see it from here. That's a very large piece of paper. I do recognize it.
Okay.
So I'm going to use the PDF version you provided.
Okay.
And sort of the witness,
Okay.
I had a copy, that'd be great. Make this larger?
All right, in very tiny type at the top left, there are page numbers. So I'm going to ask you, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is this document?
It is a summary of plan benefits from each of those plans that were on the previous document.
And how was this document obtained?
It's obtained from DMS, same website.
Okay. And briefly, what does this document illustrate?
So it in essence lays out the plan, the benefits, how the retirement is calculated for each of these bargaining units or departments.
Okay, so anything about the plan in terms of benefits are summarized here?
Yes.
Okay. Among the things that are tracked, is the member contribution rate tracked?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go to page it'll be page 27. In the middle of that page, do you see your Tallahassee Part C?
I do,
And it says, has an F next to it for fire,
yes.
and then right below it is Tallahassee Part C, police, yes? All right, going all the way over to the next to the last column, would you read what it says under the Tallahassee Part C fire plan for member contribution?
Okay, I'll do my best. It says 10.08% through September of '08, with graduated increases through September of 2017 up to 8.84%, and an increase of 0.13 each year until 2036, when it reaches 21.44%.
Okay. Down at the bottom of that page, do you see Tampa Police and Fire?
Yes.
And would you read to us what it says about member contribution for Tampa?
Yes, sir. It's 6 to 25% member contribution based on 12-month earnings.
Okay. Set that aside for a moment.
Gladly.
And turn, if you would, to Exhibit G. You recognize this document?
I do.
What is this document?
It is the pension contract for the Tampa firefighters and police officers.
And how was this document obtained?
It can be obtained through their collective bargaining agreement, I believe, so. See that.
Okay, on the second page of this at the top, there's a chart that says earnings in 12-month period commencing October 1 and employee contribution rate.
Yes.
Can you explain what that chart illustrates?
Yeah, it illustrates that, they start at a 6% rate, but for each segment of pay, it goes up until they reach a 25% rate.
So if I'm understanding this correct, any earnings the employee has in Tampa greater than $12,500 in a year, they're paying 25%
Yes.
towards their pension, is that correct? They get a real break on that first 4,000,
Yes, sir.
that first couple of paychecks, and then they're sunk. So by and large, we can say Tampa's police and fire contribution is 25%. Is that
Let's
fair?
do it, yes.
Okay. Let's go back to the big chart for a moment. Did you, ahead of this hearing, have an opportunity to review this chart with me?
Yes.
Among all of the plans listed in this chart provided by the state, what plan has the highest employee contribution rate?
Tampa does.
And who has the second?
We do.
All right, let's go back to presentation under D in notebook 1. And let's pick up with the next major section of the presentation titled Health Insurance and Other Benefits. And behind that is a slide titled FY23 situation. Can you explain this, please, to the special magistrate?
Yeah, the city had changed how much they were putting into the employee portion of healthcare over the previous few years, moved it from a 70-30 split to an 80-20 split. It's an average split, but, so it lowered our employee costs at that time, but they were starting to come back up, or they were going to be coming back up, so we wanted to address that. Our plan, while it wasn't the highest amongst our comps, it was still at the top ranges of our comps. And we had parental leave there, and we had added that in the previous contract. You know, we wanted to discuss that while we appreciated it, there was also not staffing that was attached to that, so that was affecting our staffing level. Our intent when we laid this out was to begin having the conversation with the city regarding moving to a healthcare trust, but we ended up never getting to that level.
All right, let's move on to the next major heading, workload. And the first slide in that section is also FY '23 situation. Can you please explain this slide to the special magistrate?
Yeah, so we were seeing amongst our comps and around the state that that our hours worked were at the top. We were at the top end of our comps. Our firefighters are working substantially more than 25-year career than most other first responders, especially when you look at the 40-hour first responders of our police here in town. It ended up being almost 17,000 hours worth of time over a career. We saw that most other departments were moving to either a 48-hour or beginning to have a discussion of moving to a 42-hour work week. And so we wanted to talk about where the industry was going. And we wanted to discuss how our staffing ratio, the decrease in our staffing ratio over the previous 10 years was leading to more overtime and mandatory overtime.
All right, let's talk about the hours worked comparison, the next slide. Explain the information contained in this slide, please, to the special magistrate.
Yeah, so the top left graph is that is our scheduled hours. So we are a 53-hour work week. Most of the other departments on there were at that time a 48-hour work week. Since then, there's two of those, Boynton Beach and Gainesville, that are now going to a 42-hour work week.
And the net hours?
So that net hours, similar to the chart earlier, shows the scheduled hours minus accrued leave. Accrued leave, any holiday hours or any kind of leave product.
So any leave that they're earned that would reduce the number of hours that they're physically on property during the week or during the year?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, the career schedule comparison. What career time frame are you imposing here on this bottom chart?
It was a 25-year time.
So is this just a total of the hours you would work over on a regular schedule?
Yeah, so those are the scheduled hours for 25 years.
Okay. And again, these are the same departments we looked at on your earlier charts?
They are.
Okay. All right, the next slide is hours worked versus Tallahassee PD.
Right. So similarly, on the top left, you have the fire department's scheduled hours and then their net hours, excuse me. The blue and orange are the scheduled hours between fire department and police. And then the gray and the yellow or gold are the net for fire and then net for police.
And is this career comparison of your current schedule versus Tallahassee PD also assuming a 25-year career?
It is.
Let's talk about Tallahassee Fire Department call volume on the next slide.
Yes.
Is this an accurate reflection of the annual emergency responses your department has answered from 2013 through 2022?
Yes.
The next slide discusses staffing ratio. Explain what's being illustrated in this slide, please.
Right, so we currently work with a 3-person minimum on each unit, and on each frontline unit, and then we have a few single-person units. And for each one of those, if you look at, say you have a lieutenant on engine 1, right? We've always got to have a lieutenant on engine 1, and we have 3 shifts. What we looked at is the number, staffing ratio looks at the number that you need in order to make sure that that's filled, calculating all lead products into the situation, right? So, you know, we were looking at an issue that, number one, we weren't meeting NFPA recommendation for four people minimum on a fire unit. We looked at some issues where over the past we had resituated staffing. Staffing had moved to different areas and been utilized different ways. And because of that, our staffing factor had dropped over that previous decade. We also saw that our city, you know, was struggling to meet NFPA 1710 for the amount of manpower that we could have at a given fire or emergency situation within the time described under 1710.
This chart talks about NFPA recommendation. Explain to the special magistrate what NFPA is. What
Right.
is that?
So that's the National Fire Protection Association. They set the industry standard and they lay out standards for fire safety, fire and emergency safety, both for how we respond to fires and how fire departments operate, as well as you know, fire safety within a building, you know, every situation where there's some sort of fire or emergency safety, they set the standard for what is expected.
Is this the same organization that issues life safety code that are relied on for building construction?
Yes.
To your knowledge, does the city of Tallahassee require buildings constructed within the city limits to comply with the NFPA life safety code?
To my knowledge, yes.
What is, so the life safety code is the standard issued by NFPA for building construction?
Yes.
What is NFPA Standard 1710? Do you know what that is?
That's the standard for how we operate as a fire department, how we're able to respond to calls, and what type of manpower we have and can bring to a call within a certain amount of time.
Turn, if you would, to Exhibit B. You recognize this document?
I do.
What is this document?
It is a summary sheet of NFPA 1710 put out by the IAFF.
To your knowledge, is the IAFF active in the development of standards dealing with impacts on firefighters?
Yes.
Turn to the second page of this summary. What does Standard 1710 call for in terms of engine company minimum staffing?
4 on duty.
And for ladder staffing?
4 on duty.
How many firefighters is the city of Tallahassee setting as a minimum on engines and ladders currently?
3.
Has the 3-person minimum staffing always been the practice here in the city of Tallahassee?
As long as I've been employed.
All right, let's go back to the negotiation presentation made by the union and pick up with towards the back, the section titled Wellness. And the first slide in this section is FY23 situation. Would you explain that slide to the special magistrate?
Sure. We first off wanted to hit on the fact that our department has instituted a peer support model within the department to help with some of the mental wellness issues that we have. While it's not perfect, it's definitely we're moving in the right direction. But our people are also still having an issue struggling with an increased workload and longer work weeks than what was seen in our comp departments. And we wanted to have a conversation about the treatments that other citizens are able to use to deal with PTSD and other issues that we aren't able to, at this time, utilize. The primary issue in this slide that we were dealing with, that we dealt with in our proposal, was the need to move our department's physical assessment, annual physical that's done, to a provider that focuses on first responders and specifically firefighters. We have specific health issues and health risks that the general public do not have. We are at higher risk for cancer, higher risk for cardiac issues, and that's shown in statutes that have followed because of those. So we felt it was in the best interest of both our members to have a provider that catches those things earlier, as well as the employer, because it would end up being less of a cost for them in the long run if they catch things early.
All right, on the next slide, there are problems. There's a slide titled Problems under the Wellness section. Would you discuss this with the special magistrate, please?
Yeah, I mean, similarly, we were looking through the same lens here as we did in the other sections. We were looking at how these mental wellness issues, how the work week issues, and the strain that mandatory overtime causes stress-wise was still causing an issue with recruitment and retention, and then how that translates into cost for the department and the impact of the community.
And in looking at how these wellness issues are being addressed by your comparable departments, would you discuss the issues that you've outlined on the next slide?
Well, first and foremost, we felt that we should have everything's on the table approach, right? Everything should be on the table. When we talk about mental wellness and physical wellness, we should have everything on the table and able to talk about it. We may not be able to go everywhere, but we can at least talk about them and the pros and cons and what can work and what can't work. We wanted to have the conversation about medical marijuana and how that was gonna could affect our people or could affect the city. We ended up not putting that into a proposal, but we wanted to start having that conversation because there are other departments within the state that are starting to move to utilize that for their mental wellness model. We wanted to look at manpower and workload and see what we get conversations we can have about not only staffing but changing those work week patterns to where our people are not having the same large amount of exposure, not only in a year, but over their career to things that cause real issues for them. And then, again, the comprehensive physicals, we wanted to explain to them why it was both a benefit to our members and to the city.
And are those largely the same issues that are listed on your next slide under wellness as wellness issues?
Yes.
Okay. Did the city ever provide a comprehensive response to this presentation?
No.
Not in any of the sessions that followed that first session when you presented this? They never gave anything back responding to this?
Not in a comprehensive way.
Did the city ever raise objection to the particular departments you used for comparison? Did the city ever object to the comparable data contained in this presentation?
No.
Did anybody from the city team ever tell you that they believed that the data represented in it was inaccurate? During negotiations, did the city ever present any comparable data of their own?
No.
Did the information gathered for this presentation form the basis for the union's approach to the renegotiation of the contract?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn to Exhibit A in Notebook 1. And I think, to save time, I don't believe we need to go proposal by proposal, but I do want to discuss kind of the layout. If you would, look under Exhibit A, Tab 1, and you see there should be two documents there separated by an orange sheet.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, those are our last best proposal for Article 6 in the rank and file and supervisory units.
Okay, so the front of the, before the orange page is rank and file, and so these are the impasse proposals for both contracts, correct?
Correct.
And again, I'm not going to walk through, but this is for, under tab 1 is Article 6, yes? And tab 2 is,
Article 9,
okay. And likewise, 3 is Article
Article 12,
4
Article 14,
and Article 5, tab 5.
Article 15.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the proposed language contained in these proposals, both for the rank and file and supervisory, are aimed at addressing generally the pay, workload, wellness, health, insurance, pension issues that we just talked about that were outlined in your presentation?
Yes.
In putting together these proposals for negotiation, did the union make any calculation regarding the anticipated loaded costs associated with the union's proposal?
We did.
And again, for this 1 year, what was the anticipated loaded cost to the city for the union's proposal?
The cost that we came to, if it were implemented October 1st, was about $1.3 million for our proposal versus the city's was 700 and some odd thousand dollars. I can remember that one off the bat. But if it were implemented April 1st, the differences were substantially lower. Ours was, I want to say $250,000 more than theirs. It was, I want to say theirs was around $380,000 and ours would have been six something. It was about $250,000.
Okay, and this is for the contract, a 1-year contract that would have been October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, correct?
Yes.
So as we sit here today, we're essentially halfway through that contract term, yes?
Correct.
Is Local 2339 and the city currently engaged in bargaining for the future contract?
We are.
So you're already at the table having discussions and negotiations for a contract that would pick up October 1, 2024?
Yes.
Did the city ever indicate that they did not have funds available to fund the union's proposals?
They never gave any specifics. They said that they What they would be able to do would be based off of budget. And we asked them how much they had budgeted, and we never received anything specific.
So if they budgeted zero, they wouldn't have anything available, correct?
It stands to reason.
Okay. Who is the current mayor of Tallahassee?
John Daly.
When was he first elected?
He was first elected in the fall of, I believe, 2018.
And has he subsequently been reelected?
He has.
When was he most recently reelected?
The fall of 2022.
Did Local 2339 get involved in the mayoral race of 2022?
We did.
Did Local 2339 make an endorsement in that 2022 mayoral race?
We did.
Who did Local 2339 endorse?
We endorsed Kristen Dozier, the competitor for that seat.
To your knowledge, who did PBA endorse in that race?
John Daly.
I don't have anything further.
Questions?
Very short. How are you today, sir?
I'm tired of reading in the moment, but I'm good.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I just have a couple of minutes because what I'm going to ask are all things that you and I will agree to and that are not in dispute. First, historically, the collective bargaining agreements between the city of Tallahassee and both police and fire have been 3-year agreements, correct?
I think, to my knowledge, yes, I believe there has been one instance where we did a different, but that was before my
But
time.
I'm thinking about the last couple of all the 3-year for
Yeah.
fire, right?
Yeah, at least the last 4.
Yeah. So maybe going back 12 years,
Yeah.
we have 3-year cycles. And these are strong 3-year collective bargaining agreements, right? There's no reopeners.
There's no reopeners, however, if you'll allow me, we have had differences in how MOUs are dealt with in between periods.
Yeah, but,
Right.
but when
But
we,
there are no reopeners
Right.
per se.
there's really, except for an MOU, if something pops up unexpected, those contracts sit for 3 years and control what goes on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is kind of an unusual situation this year because it's a 1-year contract. And we got to this 1-year contract because back when we did the last 3-year contract, it was brought up by the International Association of Firefighters that in the next cycle, they would like to break it up and have a 1-year contract, correct?
We did bring it up and the city agreed to those terms.
Right.
There were definite specific reasons as to why we brought it.
But wouldn't you agree that one of the articulated reasons is that you wanted to get off cycle with the police negotiations?
We did.
I think I heard this, but I just want to be sure. We went through the slides that were presented at the beginning of the negotiations. Let me put this in a time frame. I believe you said, Lieutenant Davis, that you started collecting the information in the fall and then presented that to the city in March of 2023, correct?
Yeah.
So when you say fall, you mean fall 2022?
Yes, we began compiling the CBAs and stuff, the stuff that we knew that we would need.
Okay, so this, what we've gone through is something that is the state of mind and the information between the fall 2022 and March 2023. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you just have
correct.
to say. All right, now with regard to the police contracts, this, that was a negotiation that was full book, 3-year collective bargaining agreement, correct?
It was a 3-year agreement.
Okay. And I was at those negotiations. You didn't attend those negotiations, did you? Sitting here today, can you say whether or not there were certain economic concessions made by the Police Benevolent Association during those negotiations?
I know there were a few changes to some of their benefits. I think there was a differential pay, shift differential pay that was removed. I think there was a personal leave a personal holiday that was removed.
Okay. You talked about the pension plan, both C and Plan D, that's at the Tallahassee Fire Department. You would agree with me that all of the terms of Plan C and Plan D of the pension plan that covers the employees in the Tallahassee Fire Department were all negotiated with the IFF, right?
They were negotiated.
And they were all ratified,
They were ratified.
including the contribution amounts.
Yes.
So those contribution amounts and benefits are part of an overall negotiation for the collective bargaining agreement.
They were a part of the 2017 agreement.
Okay. You, I hate to do this, but here's Exhibit F again.
Right.
And I'll take you back to page 27, and there's a line for, this is Part C Fire and Part C Police. And if you go to the comment section,
Yes.
there's something under the firefighters that I don't see under the police, which is COLA 3% beginning at age 52.
Yes, so, in, I believe it was 2004, we reached an agreement with the city of Tallahassee to move our COLA to age 52. And from that point in time until today, the police have opted to buy theirs down in each contract. To my knowledge, the police have never had a COLA above 55 in their CBA, while at the same time, in those 2017 talks, where we agreed to those pension aspects that you were talking about before, we also agreed to no COLA while in the drop. And so what we currently see is, on average, our people leave at about 56. So technically, even though we can get a COLA at age 52 if a person does the drop, in general, we see a COLA at age 56.
But you would still agree that a COLA at that age, whether somebody uses or not, is still an assumption that affects the cost of the pension plan.
It is currently an assumption on the plan.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned healthcare costs, and if I could go to, well, let me ask you this. I'm gonna start, I won't take a lot of time with this, but your subsection A1 is hours of duty and overtime, and this is your proposal, and it says duty time is defined under 6.1. It says suppression personnel shall be on duty an average of 53 hours a week, and what the shifts are, 24-hour duration. There is no proposal at impasse to change your work week,
The
was there?
work week, no, because we didn't feel that could be obtained within this one-year agreement.
Okay, so that's not an impasse.
That is not an impasse.
Okay. And there was something in that slide set on staffing ratios, but is that also the same kind of, would that be handled the same way, that it was something that you brought up, but it didn't make it into a written proposal that's impasse?
No, the reason we wanted to have the conversation about staffing was to give a holistic look at what's going on within the department.
Yeah.
The staffing ratios affect the mental wellness, the stress level, what happens on call, et cetera.
I got it, but I guess going back, just to be clear for the magistrate, that
It is not something that impacts.
It is not, and there was some talk about an NFPA standard 1710, but that's not an impasse either, is
It
it?
is not.
Okay. During the negotiations that were conducted over the last year, were you aware of whether or not the city had approved a budget for the fire department that had a percentage for increased personnel costs?
A percentage for, you're referring to what they were including in their budget for future added personnel? Is that what you're?
No, just for like what could be used to increase salaries or decrease pension costs.
Right, I mean, I believe you spoke about at the table that there was a certain amount of money that was going to be available in the budget, but I was never aware of what specifically that percentage or what that amount was going to be.
And so I'm asking, did you ever go to the budget and look to see what that was?
I did go and look to see what the difference in personnel costs year over year was, yes.
Okay. And do you know, well, I guess, are you aware if that budget reflected, if you don't, that's fine, what monies were in the budget for the purposes of wage increases or pension contribution decreases?
No, well, I mean, I was aware generally of what was there on that specific line item. I was not aware of any, and when we come to the end of every budget year in the fire department and end up with monies that are able to be utilized here or there, I wasn't aware of what was available in total.
Okay. That's all clarification I need.
Thank you. Can you redirect?
Please. Go back, if you would, to page 27 of the brief summary of plan benefits form, which was in our,
Yes,
okay.
that's a big thing.
In this chart, all the way across the top, do you see about 3/4 of the way over, there's a column that tracks on every page that's labeled COLA?
Yes,
You see that?
yes.
Okay, now track that column down to Tallahassee Fire Part C. Is that marked to indicate that there is a COLA? This plan does provide for a COLA?
Correct.
Okay. And right below that is Tallahassee Part C Police. What's the indication there with regard to whether that plan contains a COLA?
They have a COLA as well.
Okay. So it's not that the fire plan has a COLA and police does not, correct?
Correct.
They're just not identical?
How you arrive at when your date is going to be or what age you're going to get it at is just, it's arrived at differently between the two plans.
Okay, and you were asked about if you were familiar with how much money the city had agreed to include in the budget for personnel increases this year. What was the city's across-the-board wage proposal that they presented that's at impasse here? What was offered to the union?
Their last best?
Yes.
So it was for the rank of firefighter, it was a 4%. For the rank of engineer, it was a 1.5%. For the ranks of lieutenant, captain, and battalion chief, it was 0. And they included in that a 2.5% reduction in pension contribution rate. And there was an increase in bonus that was going to be given to the firefighter and engineer ranks of $500. They included in their contract to keep the $500 that was already there in the previous agreement.
But the bonus money does not go to increase base wage?
It doesn't go to base wage, it doesn't go to pension calculation.
Okay. So firefighter 4%, engineer 1.5%, 0 for captains and
Lieutenants, captains, and battalion chiefs.
chiefs, but a 2.5% reduction in your pension contribution. Okay. I don't have anything further.
Okay, almost done with that. A couple quick questions. When you put together your initial presentation, why did you cite the initial PowerPoint that you went through? Why did you cite Hillsborough County as a comp?
They were one of the ones who had a new CBA since COVID. They also had specific issues with losing personnel prior to that CBA. They were losing personnel to not only to Tampa, but to Pasco County and several other areas around them, over into Orlando. So they were specifically, and because they were a growing area and we're going to have new stations, which is something that we're going to be dealing with as well moving into the future, they had to solve their ability to recruit.
So you folks have been living this, the contract and the negotiations, and I'm new to it. So if you'll turn to Union Exhibit A1, the very first page for hours of duty and overtime. Could you explain to me the language that has been stricken from, or as proposed, stricken from 6.1 sub 1E?
Yeah, so a couple of contracts ago, we added in a Kelly Day sellback process. It was actually added in order to reduce the number of the leave constraints on shifts during Kelly Day cycle. We've had it for 2 contract processes, and for the last contract, it was still in there as that they would, the fire chief would assess the impact for a trial period. We've had it for 6 years. We feel it's fair to say that anything that's going to be assessed would probably be assessed by now.
And then my last question, I think it's my last question, is that you gave me some loaded costs if the unions versus the city's last proposals had been implemented as of October 1st, 2023. I didn't get the numbers.
Okay.
So what was the union's last proposal was 1.4 million?
So it was 1.3 million if implemented October 1st.
Right.
It was between $650 and $670,000 if implemented April 1st.
Okay. And then the city's proposals for October 1st versus April 1st, cities was, you said, around 700?
It was between 700 and 800, 700 and some odd $1,000. And then their proposal is that April 1st would be
250 less, you would say?
yes, 250 is around 380.
Are these numbers in any of the documents that are?
They are not. Well, I mean, we'd be glad to send that, but
That's all I have. Is your witness here? Any follow-up questions?
I don't.
Any follow-up questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can sit down.
thank you.
Okay, we've been going at it for about 2 hours. We'll take a break. How long y'all need? 5, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, we're adjourned for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
I guess.
Do you
There's
ask Adam about
plenty
this?
of things
Because on
you
that
need
chart,
left
it
for
talked
it.
about,
There's
you had
good.
0 for firefighter differential, and they also had 1,500 supplemental. Yeah, but I didn't know if you wanted him to give testimony, because he was giving testimony on how the shifts and overtime. I didn't know if you wanted Adam to also be.
I'd rather say it for, I'd rather have our first day.
Can I ask you a quick question? Should I take a copy of the CAFA that I have or rely on one being provided if I have specific questions? I have one with me, I just didn't know.
I'm hoping he won't call you.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, just, don't bring anything up.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
That's what this guy said. California, parts of California said,
That would be a good thing.
I think I can be with a few more degrees rather than move towards Chicago.
Yeah,
It would be great.
well, we're far enough from the coast, so I don't think we have to worry.
Are we ready to go back on the record, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Madam Reporter, you guys?
Yes, sir.
Then we're back on the record. Does the union have any other witnesses to call?
We do. We would call Patrick Twyman.
All right. Mr. Khan, if you're present, please come forward. All right, sir. If you please raise your hand to be sworn. Madam Reporter.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please give me your full name and its correct spelling.
Patrick, Patrick, Austin, Austin, Twyman, Twyman.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Twyman, are you employed?
Yes,
Where are you employed?
with the city of Tallahassee,
And how long have you been with the city of Tallahassee?
30 years.
I'm sorry, sir, 13?
30,
30?
30, yes.
Okay, thanks.
And what is your current position with the city of Tallahassee?
Director of Financial Services.
As Director of Financial Services, what are your general duties?
To oversee a department which is involved with paying people. We do the financial reporting for the city, and we maintain the non-utility accounts receivable and fixed assets. They're the core responsibilities.
Okay, sir, what's your education?
I have a bachelor's degree in French from England, and I'm a chartered accountant, which is the British equivalent of the CPA.
Okay. Are you a member of the Government Finance Officers Association?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And you oversee, I think you said you oversee the annual comprehensive financial report?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, we're going to work in Exhibit Notebook 2 that's in front of you. Oh,
Did I bring them back? Are these up there?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
no, he,
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Notebook 2. Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, I'll ask your indulgence to speak up.
Certainly.
That way I can make
Yes.
sure both I and the court reporter can hear you.
Certainly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Turn, if you would, in in Notebook 2 to Exhibit K.
Okay.
Can you identify this document?
Yes, this is the city's annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022. I apologize.
In your capacity as Director of Financial Services, are you involved in drafting the transmittal letter that becomes part of the ACFR?
Yes, I sign off on it, and members of my staff, principally the financial reporting division, is the one that puts together the information within that transmittal letter.
All right, turn, if you would, to page 11. Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And again, what financial period of time does this audit cover?
It covers October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022.
And as we sit at this hearing today, is this the report that represents the most up-to-date audit that's been completed by the city of Tallahassee?
Yes, it is,
Okay.
sir.
Can you certify that the information contained in this audit is accurate?
Yes, it's the document that my department puts together that goes through an audit by the city's external auditors, MSL, and they certify or they opine on it being materially correct in that
Okay.
audit letter.
And what is GASB, GASB?
GASB is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, which essentially prescribes the form and content of this document.
And does the city of Tallahassee adhere to GASB standards in the creation of its ACFR?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And is the city required to file this ACFR annually with the state of Florida?
Yes, the filing with the state of Florida is called the annual financial report, which takes the numbers from this particular document and gets submitted to the Department of Revenue. The statutory filing deadline is June 30th of every fiscal year.
And when was this particular report approved by city council? Do you know?
I believe it was early June of 2023. I don't remember the exact meeting date.
But it was completed well before June, yes?
Yes,
Okay. When did the report become available to the public?
once we have the signed audit letter,
That transmittal letter we just looked at?
no, the independent auditor's report, which starts on page 18, they signed off on April 28th.
Okay,
They issued their audit opinion.
okay. I want to turn your attention to pages 21 to 33 of this report. And I'm going to ask if you recognize this portion of the report.
Yeah, I do recognize it. It was prepared in large part by the financial reporting manager, but I'm part of the review process.
Okay, this is a section titled Management's Discussion and Analysis. Is this a part of the audit that's largely done internally versus the rest of the reports done by the third party? Is that?
No, my department, along with the grants department, which deals with the CFA schedule at the back, my department prepares all the information in this, and then once it's been through the external audit process, there are various letters and reports that are added to this. They are all prepared by the city's external auditors, MSL.
Were you or your department then involved in preparing this section, this management discussion and analysis portion of the ACFR?
Yes.
Okay. Now, another fiscal year has been completed since this ACFR was completed, correct? We've completed another full fiscal year.
Correct. Yes.
And that fiscal year would have been, if I understand, September 30th, 2023, it would have been it?
Correct.
And has the ACFR for that period been completed?
No, it has not yet.
Do you know when it's scheduled to be completed?
Our current target is to get the signed audit letter prior to April the 30th.
Okay. Have you received a draft of that document yet?
We provided a first draft to our auditors.
Okay.
That was their first sight of it.
Does that audit that's in process review the same funds and accounts that the audit under Exhibit K contains?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Will it essentially be laid out in the same manner?
Yes, it will be laid out in the same manner.
Is it fair to say that that upcoming ACFR will almost be identical to this one, except that the data in it will be from a 1 year later?
Yes, that is correct. There is one new governmental accounting standard that we were required to implement for fiscal year ended 2023. So there will be some additional disclosures related to subscription-based IT agreements, GASB 96.
Okay. And once completed, will that represent the most up-to-date audited financial statements available for the city of Tallahassee then?
Yes, it will.
Okay. As discussed earlier, I would move for the introduction of that ACFR upon its completion and once it's made public, and we would like to mark that as Union Exhibit L and submit it as soon as it's available for consideration.
It says the city.
No, is this, if this is, can move us along and resolve this witness, yeah, sure, we're good with that. No objection.
Okay, so I will accept, stating it now that will be included in the record, Union Exhibit L, which will be the CAFR, City of Tallahassee, for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2020.
I can put it in a notebook.
No, sir.
No, okay,
No,
okay,
sir.
all right. Can you explain briefly to the special magistrate the types of funds that the city maintains to hold funds in or track funds in?
Yes, there are largely three types of funds. There are governmental funds, there are proprietary funds, and there are fiduciary funds. The fiduciary funds are the pension funds. The proprietary funds include enterprise funds and internal service funds. Those are designed to be self-sufficient, where there are user fees charged either externally for the enterprise funds or internally for the internal service funds, which are intended to cover all of their expenses. And then the governmental funds deal more with the main one is the general fund, which is funded by tax revenues and a number of other sources. They're the three broad.
And in the governmental funds, are some identified as major and some identified as non-major governmental funds?
Correct. We have one major governmental fund, which is the general fund,
Okay.
and then the others are accumulated as other governmental funds.
What types of things are paid out of the general fund?
There are, if you look at the governmental financial statements, the general fund actually includes the general fund, which funds a number of departments, TPD, Parks and Recreation, Community Beautification. It also includes the city's deficiencies fund, which is its quasi-operating reserve. There is also an operating projects fund, which pays for a number of specific expenses. It's funded by transfers from other funds, and there is a small scholarship fund.
Where does the fire service fee fund, where does that fall?
It is a non-major enterprise fund. So it's not on the main proprietary, it's not individually shown in the main proprietary statements. It is shown as part of the non-major funds, and then there is a separate section further in the back in the combining statements.
What's the main source of revenue to the general fund?
I'm not sure of the exact split. Ad valorem taxes are a large part. There are public service taxes. And there are transfers from the city's enterprise funds, including electric, gas, water, sewer, stormwater, and solid waste.
I want to ask you to turn, if you would, back to page 10 for a moment. And under the heading, I'd ask you to review to yourself the information contained under the heading millage rates, including that chart, and then I want to ask you a question about that.
Okay.
To your knowledge, is the information reflected here regarding Tallahassee having the lowest millage rate among comparable large cities, is that accurate?
As far as I'm aware,
Okay.
yes.
In your position as Director of Financial Services, are you familiar with how Tallahassee funds its fire department services?
I know broadly that there's a fire services fee, but I don't know the details of that specifically.
To your knowledge, is the majority of the fire department budget funded from the fire services fee budget?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Would that include salaries and benefits for firefighters?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Does the city supplement the fire budget with money from the general fund?
No, it does not, as far as I'm aware. I don't believe so.
Is the city prohibited from supplementing the funding to the fire department with general fund revenues?
I'm not aware of a prohibition.
Okay. Can you explain briefly to the special magistrate, when we use the phrase fund balance, what a fund balance is?
It's an accumulation of surpluses and deficits since the fund was created.
In business accounting, would this amount be referred to as profits or retained earnings?
Yes.
Since 2011 or so, has GASB introduced new rules on how fund balances are reported? Or not rules, but guidelines with regard to how the monies held in a fund balance are categorized?
It issued GASB 54, which is principally related to governmental fund balances. There were some additional disclosures, and it essentially broke out fund balances into different categories.
I'm going to ask you to turn, if you would, to page 91 under the notes to financial statements section. Is that note 4I, does that outline the definitions of each of those categories?
Yes.
Okay. And are those listed, starting with the non-spendable down to unassigned, are those listed from most restrictive to least restrictive?
Yes.
And the bottom three, committed, assigned, and unassigned, are the funds held in those three categories all available for spending at the discretion of the city council?
Yes, I believe that's accurate.
Okay. And does the city of Tallahassee record their fund balances in the ACFR in accordance with the GASB 54 standards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to 42. Well, off the top of your head, do you recall in the general fund as of September 30th, 2022, what the amount held in the unassigned category in the general fund was?
Don't remember the exact number without.
Okay, turn if you
looking.
would to page 42. See if that refreshes your.
Yeah, 1972.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
1.9 million, 1972. And it's reflected in thousands, so 1.972 million.
And then assigned, if I'm reading that right, on page 42 would be 251,000.
Correct. Yes.
And then in the committed category, there's another 21 million?
Yes.
Okay. And earlier, we just discussed the GASB standards. Are you familiar with GASB statement number 77?
No, not off the top of my head. I don't remember which one that is.
I ask you to take a look at this part of this document and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
Does this document help refresh your recollection regarding GASB statement 77?
I do remember it now, yes.
Does the city of Tallahassee offer any form of tax abatements during the fiscal year that ended September 30th, 2022?
I don't believe so.
If they had been, can you direct us to where in this ACFR those tax abatements would have been recorded?
It would be in the governmental statements, and there would be some note disclosure regarding
In
it.
the notes to financial statements, it would be reflected there,
Yes, there would be some note disclosure there.
but you don't recall in that ACFR whether there were tax abatements granted that would have been recorded under that statement?
No, I don't believe there were any reflected.
How about the ACFR that's in the works now? Do you know if that one contains?
I don't believe there was any change in this year from 2022.
Okay. As a part of the ACFR, does the document or does your department track budgetary figures versus year-end actual figures and match those up?
There is a schedule for the city's general fund, which is shown in the RSI, where there is such a schedule.
Is it common for those figures to be different, both
Yes.
on the revenue and expenditure side?
Yes.
And once a budget is adopted, say just prior to October, is it common for a budget to be amended throughout the course of a fiscal year?
Yes. I mean, I would say it happens regularly.
So there's generally an original budget and a final budget?
Yes. As specific issues come up, there may be a budget amendment taken seeking approval from the commission.
And is there a set date by which that budget, the final last amendments can be made to that budget?
I don't know.
Okay, so if the city is discussing budget figures in June or July, they would be discussing budget figures for the next fiscal year that starts October. Would that be fair? Anticipated budget would be a budget that starts October 1. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's the normal budget cycle, even though that's not my department. I think that's accurate, yes.
I don't have anything further.
Just a couple things. Mr. Twyman, if I understood correctly, I think you testified that the fire department is funded by a fire service fee,
Yes,
and that's not something you said you're particularly responsible for or conversant on.
yes, that's true.
Okay. And that's that fee is intended to cover all the expenses of the fire department?
Yes,
And that's a dedicated fee.
yes, that's correct.
I have no questions.
Does he have a copy of the city's exhibits up there?
Yeah,
I'm going to hand him for review my copy of what's been marked as City Exhibit 11. I'm going to ask you, I want you to review this particularly in the opening of the resolution and Section 3. Can we get a stipulation that this is the ordinance that created the fire service fee? It's not the original, it's the current.
Okay, this is the current, although I will say, I think this witness testified that he doesn't acknowledge this.
okay, so I want to make sure, do we or do we not have the stipulation that this is the original?
Well, I'll stipulate it's the current.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right,
it's the current.
that stipulation is accepted.
I'm going to ask you to review Section 3. Two paragraphs that start down there.
So that I'm clear, you're asking for this to review Article 1, Section 3?
No, it's set on the next page, down at the bottom, it's Section 3.
Right, it's Section 3 of.
Yes. According to that statement, is the fire fee intended to be the exclusive? Does it say that it has to fund all of the fire services, or does it indicate that it may be only partial?
It says all should be funded, but then talks about a remaining cost, if any, shall be funded by available city revenues other than such proceeds.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Does the union have any other witnesses who wish to present?
Reserving our right for rebuttal, no. The union rest.
So let's go to the record for a moment. Union, what's your pleasure, counsel? I presume the city will be putting on a case at some point. So.
And I think our case might be 90 minutes at tops, so I think we have time for a short break if you want to get.
We're happy to work for.
I don't personally need a break, but I'm also not the only human in the room. So if other folks need to take a lunch break, we can.
Okay, I think that would be good.
Man, report you'd like. Okay. All right. So how long? How long? I have no idea what they're on here to.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, all right, so we'll go on the record briefly to say we're adjourned for an hour. We'll be back at 1.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'm gonna move it along.
If you insist.
If I am not true to my word, you can give me the sign.
Okay. All right. Now, is this the sign?
Sign.
All right, want to make sure.
I haven't seen that sign in a long time.
Oh, there you go.
Folks don't do that
No,
anymore, do they?
it's not a
think that was
It's not
different.
that.
My apologies. It's okay. Matter of something that the presentation goes over, I should go like this. It's, perhaps I'll find a different sign. All right, are we all ready to go on the record? Council, all ready? Yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good. So we're back on the record. Approximately 10 after 1. The union has rested its case. Right to call rebuttal witnesses, so the city may move forward with its presentation. Calling someone forward.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Rob, if you'd go to the podium, there's going to be a little bit of musical chairs in this presentation. This witness will be up here for maybe 5 or 10 minutes for some background. I'm going to have 2 subject matter experts testify very quickly, maybe 5, 10 minutes each, and then this witness will come back and explain some of the articles and proposals. So rather than take all that information out of turn, I'm going to let him step down and step back up.
Sounds good. All right, sir, can you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Madam Reporter?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir.
Sir, may I have your full name and correct spelling?
It's Robert Irwin McGarrett, ROBERT, ERWIN, MC, capital GARRAH.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sir, would you please state where you're employed
I'm employed by the city of Tallahassee.
and in what capacity?
I'm the interim director of human resources and workforce development.
Could you tell the magistrate some of the positions and responsibilities you've had as an employee of the city of Tallahassee?
I came to work for the city in 1991 and spent 30 years in senior management and executive positions in the electric and gas utility. Ending as my last position was the general manager of the city's electric and gas utility. I retired for about 22 months, and then the city manager asked if I would come back and as the interim director for human resources and workforce development last year, and I agreed to come back.
I'm going to let you go through these slides, and you're going to provide some preliminary information for us. And let's start with slide number 2. And we're not going to read these slides to the magistrate, but can you tell us what is the import of this slide?
Okay, what we're trying to show in this slide is a little bit about Tallahassee. We are the capital city. We're the only municipality within Leon County, which is a little unusual for a lot of the counties in the state. You can see the relative populations between that area that's within the city limits and out in the unincorporated the county as a whole. We are home to 2 major universities, FSU and Florida A&M, and the Tallahassee Community College is a large community college here, and I think they're changing their name to Tallahassee College this year. And then for several weekends every fall, we get a huge influx of people to come to Doak Campbell, and I didn't put on here Bragg Stadium for FAMU.
So, Mr. McGarrett, so with regard to these numbers, it looks like there's a significant number of people who reside in Leon County, but not within the city of Tallahassee.
That's correct.
And do those individuals also receive the fire services from the Tallahassee Fire Department?
Yes, sir. We do, the city of Tallahassee, through an interlocal agreement with Leon County, provides fire service throughout the county.
There's no county fire department.
Not that I'm aware of.
And you have the fact that there's a large number of temporary students that come into our community, or people, visitors that come into our community, whether it's state business or football. And those individuals all require fire services, correct?
At times, yes.
I'd like to take you to the next slide and ask you about how our workforce is configured.
Well, the city of Tallahassee is a full services city. In addition to providing all the traditional general government activities like police, parks and recs, et cetera, we do fire services, but we also provide a full slate of utility services, everything except for internet and communications. So we own the electric utility, the gas utility, water, sewer, stormwater, solid waste. We also operate the airport and the bus system here in Tallahassee. We have a little under 3,000 full-time equivalent employees. Those are folks that are considered regular full-time employees. And then we augment that with about 1,300 temporary employees. Some of those are seasonal, part-time. Some of them are full-time temporary. Out of our workforce, there's been discussions already today in our police department and fire department. There are certain members of those departments that are covered by collective bargaining agreements. The rest of the city is not covered. The rest of the city employees are not covered by collective bargaining agreements.
It looks like the firefighter unit, we've heard that described earlier today, but the numbers of people in the firefighter unit as opposed to the supervisory unit appears to be about 90% is in the firefighters unit, about 10% of the supervisor.
That's correct.
We can go to the next slide, and let's talk about the history of the fire department.
So this is some information that Fire has on their website. That the volunteer fire company was established in 2002. We've been in the department since the 30s. We currently have 16 stations around the county. We've got one new station in design and one station that's in the process. The design work's being done to expand it. And then, like I said earlier, we serve both the city and the unincorporated area. There may be some volunteer fire groups out in the county, but the primary fire service is us through the county.
Well, when you say there's a new station design or station expansion design, does that mean there's been a commitment to build a new station
Yes, sir.
or to expand an existing station?
Yes, to both build a new station on the south side of town and expand one of our other stations.
Okay. On the next slide, it has the number of how the various ranks are configured and where we have vacancies in our fire department. Could you tell us what the importance of that is?
This is a snapshot as of March 18th of the staffing by classification or position within the department. We have 301 employees in the department. The bargaining units are in the high, the employees that are under the collective bargaining agreements are in bold. The other employees in the department are not part of the collective bargaining group.
On the next slide, we talk about, last slide, we talked about positions, numbers in positions, vacancies, and where vacancies exist. Let's talk about recruitment and retention with regard to the filling of the positions in the supervisory ranks.
Well, under the collective bargaining agreement, if you're talking about the supervisory, so the captains and battalion chiefs, the captains are promoted or filled via an internal promotion process that fire has. The battalion chiefs are done through advertising or other processes within the fire department. And the captains are done similar to the engineers and lieutenants. And the positions we advertise for the externally for are the entry level or firefighter positions.
Okay. All right, so hiring, new hires are being done at the firefighter rank, and according to the collective bargaining agreement,
They
where people
promote up.
move to promoted to the higher ranks are done in turn.
That's correct.
Now, if you can go to the next slide, tell us what this is about.
This is some historical data that fire maintains. So we're advertising for firefighter positions, and periodically we take the applications, review them, and fire makes hires. So you can see here, this is just the last 6 classes, for lack of a better word, how many hires we made and how many qualified applicants. So it's intended to show that we have more than enough qualified candidates to fill the positions that we have vacant.
Next, would you talk to the magistrate about when collective bargaining started, and what has transpired during these negotiations?
It was testified earlier by Joey. We began the negotiations on this agreement last March. We've had 21 sessions. Early on in the process, while we were prepared to do a 3-year negotiation, as was mentioned earlier, the union asked us to consider a 1-year agreement, which we agreed to do based on a limited scope. Because it would be for only a 1-year agreement, and then the union filed impasse in December.
On this slide, it says that the request for the 1-year agreement was to separate the IFF and the PBA negotiations. Earlier, we heard that historically, these contracts are 3-year contracts. Would they historically also open for negotiations at the same time?
Yes, that's my
So in
understanding.
the same year, bargaining cycle, you would have the
Please,
city negotiating with the PBA for the police for a 3-year contract and with the IFF for a 3-year contract.
that's correct.
And the IFF would like to get off that cycle so they're not in tandem. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you tell us about the priorities that the International Association of Firefighters articulated when they began these negotiations?
As the discussion started on the 1-year agreement, what we understood the priorities to be were the starting salary and competitive pay, especially at the entry-level positions, at the fire positions, and pension. So it was a combination of what the gross pay was and how much money folks had to live on through both pay and deductions.
Heard earlier today that we, the city, and the International Association of Firefighters have already begun negotiations for a 3-year collective bargaining, correct?
That's correct.
And do you anticipate that that will include a 3-year wage agreement?
I would expect that it would include a 3-year wage agreement, as well as opening up a number of other articles that haven't been subject of discussion in this 1-year agreement. In fact, the whole agreement in essence.
In considering the priorities articulated by the IAFF, has the city fashioned its proposals to address those priorities?
Yes, we structured our proposal to provide a greater impact for the firefighters, to deal with the concern about the starting pay and then we also addressed the take-home with everybody through both the lump sum payment that we offered for especially the firefighter, engineer, and lieutenant ranks, and then the 2.5% reduction in employee contribution into the pension fund. Now, that's not a reduction in 2.5% of what the pension fund costs. That's shifting that cost from the employee's contribution to the city. So every dollar we reduce an employee's contribution into the pension fund, the city's going to have to pick up as an additional cost.
Okay, and if we reduce the employee's contribution into the pension fund, how does that affect their paycheck?
It effectively ends up being more net pay coming home, because it's a deduction that's removed from their paycheck. So it's more net pay to the employee to take home.
let me see if I understand that, less money contributed to the pension fund per employee means more take-home pay?
That's correct.
Now, could you tell us, I think we just to set this up, what articles are actually at impasse?
The articles listed here, 6, 9, 12, 14, and 15 are the articles that are at impasse. Based on the discussions with the union and the filings.
Okay, we could skip the next slide because the magistrate's already articulated that information. So, Mr. McGarry, if I could ask you to step down, I'd like to ask Angel Charlton, who's the retirement program administrator for the city of Tallahassee, to come up and take your seat. And I'm going to ask her a few questions about pension costs. He's going to come back, but whatever you want.
You think it'll be more useful to cross now as opposed to when it comes back? Useful, I just mean, trying to be as expeditious as possible.
I'll hold it till
Of course, you'll be able to, when you cross, to include in your cross. Or, and I'm sorry, that goes.
Ma'am, would you please state your name?
Hold on a second, let's place it on the road.
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And your full name and correct spelling.
Yes, Angel Latrice Charlton, Angel Latrese. Charlton, Charlton.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Where are you employed?
City of Tallahassee,
In what capacity?
Retirement Programs Administrator.
What does the retirement program administrator do?
A various amount of things. To start, I ensure that the retirement calculations are accurate. I also ensure that any modifications to our pension plan provisions are updated in our muni code in the ordinance. I also work very closely with the city treasurer clerk on investments of our city pension structure. Yeah,
How long have you been employed? in the city?
for 20 years.
Now, the city of Tallahassee has a pension fund. How many different programs are there in that fund?
So we have one pension program and we have 3 sectors within that pension program.
Okay, and could you tell us what are those 3
Yeah,
sections?
for general employees, police and fire.
Okay. Now, for fire, do they currently have one plan or do they have 2 plans?
For fire, they have one plan with 2 subsections, so a Part C and a Part D.
Okay, could you have the clicker, so you good. All right, so fire has a plan C and a plan D.
Correct.
How does one get into plan C as opposed to getting into plan D?
So Plan C was implemented October 1st of 2017, so anyone hired prior to that date would be considered under Plan C, and then anyone hired thereafter would be considered under Part D of that plan.
Okay. Do city employees pay Social Security?
No.
How does that affect their benefit overall costs?
So we have one pension plan, and so the city pays their portion and the employee pays their portion of the pension contributions, and it's all in one.
So employees are not paying into Social Security?
No, we do not pay into Social Security at all.
How much is the cost to the city for the program, the plans that cover the Tallahassee Fire Department employees?
Currently, it's about 40%.
So for every dollar in wages, the city has to pay 40 cents in pension costs?
Correct.
On average, how much is that per employee?
Roughly around 23,000 per employee.
If we could go to the next slide to talk a little bit about Plan C. Could you tell us what the benefits are to a participant in Plan C?
So under Plan C, an employee can retire with 25 years of service for normal retirement, or age 55 with 5 years of service, or early retirement with 20 years of service, regardless of age, or age 50 with 5 years of service.
So if someone were to begin employment, they were hired prior to September 30th, 2017, they were 20 years old, when would they be able to vest in retirement?
They will be able to draw their retirement at age 45. However, they're vested at 5 years of service.
Okay. So they could go out and draw this pension at 45 if they want.
Correct.
Is there a COLA aspect to Plan C?
There is.
What is the COLA?
The COLA is age 52.
How does that work?
So when a person retires under fire under Part C, once they've met the required years of service and or age eligibility, they are going to receive a 3% cost of living thereafter every year on their base pay. That first year is going to be prorated contingent upon when they retired in that calendar year, but thereafter they're going to receive a 3% cost of living adjustment
For the rest of,
for the rest of their lives. It's a lifetime benefit. That benefit will also roll over to their spouse.
if you could go to the next slide, tell us about Plan D.
Sure. So Plan D, an employee has the same benefits as a Part C. They actually have 25 years of service, regardless of age. The same with early retirement, the provisions I just stated. Their accrual is 3% across the board for that 25 years, and so they'll roughly receive a 75% income replacement.
So if you're hired at age 20 under Plan D, when can you retire?
They can retire at 25 years of service or age 55 with 5 years of service for normal, or 20 years of service regardless of age, or age 50 with 5.
Is there a COLA that's attached to Plan D?
There is
What's that COLA?
age 62 COLA.
And does it work the same way, 3% every year
Correct.
for the rest of their
For the
life?
rest of their life.
Could you tell us a little bit about what is a 175, 185 plan?
Sure. So 175, 185 is supplemental shares that our employees receive once they've reached vesting year provisions. For police and fire, it's state money that's given to the employees. The city of Tallahassee, instead of it putting it back into the pension plan, we actually give it to our police officers and firefighters once they reach that requirement.
Okay, so some municipalities, if I understand you, take that money from the state and use it to offset pension costs.
Absolutely.
But the city of Tallahassee handles this in a different way.
We do.
Okay, if you could explain that to me one more time. How does this benefit flow to the employee under 175, 185?
So what happens is once the employee has vested, which is 5 years of service for Part C or 10 years of service, which is for Part D, they would receive a share. And so they get up to 4 shares within their career with the city of Tallahassee. And so for that first share, they're going to get 1, and then every year thereafter, they will get 2. So for the first 5 years, they will get that 1 share up to 10. Once they get to 10 years, they get 2 shares. Once to 15, they get 3 shares. Once 15 to 20, they get 4 shares with a max of 4 shares, up to 30 years of service. And so those shares actually go into that employee's account individually thereafter, year after year.
And what kind of benefit is typically realized by someone who works for the city 25, 27 years?
They typically, it ranges around 200 to 250 easily in that one account, and they can do whatever they wish with those funds.
And that's on top of the city's pension.
Correct.
Was there some discussion about having an expanded ability to purchase service credit for pension?
Yes.
Now, what does that mean? Does that mean like someone who hasn't actually worked the number of years with the city can buy year time?
Correct. So currently we have it to where we have out-of-city public service. That is, if you have not worked with the city of Tallahassee, but you work someplace else in a public entity, and you're not vested with that entity and can draw a benefit from that entity, you can actually purchase that service credit and add it to your city's time. We also have wartime and non-wartime that also can be purchased up to 5 years of each.
So currently our plan allows for a current firefighter to purchase time, service time toward vesting in their retirement, as long as they're buying the time that they've spent in another public service
Correct.
job, or it sounds like military job.
Correct.
Why not allow these same people to purchase time in a non-public job, in a private job?
Well, first, it's very costly to the plan. So I know a lot of officers and also firefighters who have part-time jobs that they either have done on their own, being entrepreneurs, or if they work someplace else that are not paying into a Social Security or public sector. If we were to allow that, that's going to be costly to the plan because the employee would be able to retire much sooner, which means pension benefits would be paid out much longer. And so it's very costly to the plan on a pension aspect.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Because she's not coming back, I think we'll process them.
Oh, by all means, yeah.
It's processed.
Man, were you a part of the city's bargaining team in negotiating the contract with firefighters?
As far as for the team, I'm here as a witness
understand
to
that.
this, but
At the sessions, did you attend the
No.
bargaining sessions?
no, this is my first session. Or meeting.
You did not participate in any of the 20 some odd bargaining sessions where the discussions took place, correct?
No,
Prior to today, have you ever seen the union presentation that we looked at? If you want to look in exhibit book number 1, letter D. Have you ever seen that PowerPoint presentation that was presented by the IFF?
book number 1.
Yes, letter D.
Oh, yeah. Yes,
You did see that? When did you see that? Do you recall?
like Monday of this week.
But during negotiations, you never saw it, correct?
Correct.
All right, you mentioned that the employees do not pay into Social Security, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so the city also does not pay into Social Security, do they?
That's correct.
What is the current, to your knowledge, the employer contribution to Social Security?
Currently, outside of the city, I'm assuming is what you're referencing, since
Yeah,
we don't pay
yeah,
into it, is about
right.
6.2%.
Okay, and so if we have a comparative city that offers both a pension benefit and Social Security, those cities are contributing 6.2% more than Tallahassee comparatively, yes?
Potentially.
Okay. And the employee would, in those comparative cities, would enjoy both the benefits provided by their pension as well as Social Security benefits, correct?
That is correct. I would like to add, in most cases, if you do work with the municipality, Social Security benefits are reduced because you're working in a pension plan, which is something that's referenced as a windfall provision offset or payment offset.
Can you name any cities where that's the case?
I would say off the top of my head, I would not feel comfortable, but I do know there are a couple of those that are comparable. Panama City, I want to say, is one, along with Fort Lauderdale, which is not in the comparable that we're looking at now, but there are a few.
Does this pension plan work with an outside actuary?
Yes,
And is the annual required pension contribution, overall pension contribution, set by the plan actuary?
it is.
And you mentioned on slide 19 that the city pension plans already allow participants to purchase military service. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When they purchase that military service, who calculates what the employee buying the service is charged?
My office does.
The actuary doesn't?
No,
Do
the
that?
actuary does not do any of our calculations. They provide us with just information that's needed for our calculations. Or if we're doing a impact statement of some sort, or to see where our funding levels are, that is what the actuary does.
So when that military service is purchased, the employee is required to put in an amount that makes that benefit actuarially sound from day one,
That is
correct?
correct.
Okay. Is there a reason that you believe that would be different for any other service purchased?
That would be for any service purchase.
Okay. So it would be actuarially funded from the minute the payment was made,
That's
correct?
correct,
Okay,
depending upon the years of service that they purchase.
okay. And you mentioned that the share benefit, that there's a share benefit, correct?
Correct.
Is that
Supplemental
just
share.
for firefighters?
That's also for police officers.
Okay. And what is the funding source for that share benefit?
So the funding source comes from our constituents, meaning accidents, home fires and things of that nature. So the state actually mandates that, and they mandate how much we receive. And once we receive that dollar amount, my office then divvies it up contingent upon the number of employees that are eligible for that benefit.
Okay, so it comes from the premium tax revenues?
That's correct.
Collected by the state?
Correct.
What's the total annual amount of premium tax revenues that are received for the 175 plan?
It varies. It's not the same amount every year, but anywhere in between of $1.3 million, $1.1, it fluctuates.
Okay, and currently, how much of that annual 1.3 is required to fund that share plan?
All of it basically goes into that share plan minus any administrative fees that are paid.
So the city doesn't take any share of that
No.
premium tax money?
No,
It's not just funded with excess, it's funded, you're not just funding it, you're funding it with full amount, not just up to the frozen amount.
that's correct. And when I say that, meaning any, as I mentioned before, administrative fees that will come out of that, thereafter will go into the employee's account.
Okay, and what are the administrative fees?
Roughly around 23,000.
A year?
Yes. And we also have 175, 185 board that actually oversees that.
I don't have anything further.
Yeah, a few. If we permitted people an expanded right to purchase service so that private, non-public, non-military could be purchased, would that likely have the effect of people retiring sooner?
Absolutely.
And that would create a challenge to fill those positions.
Absolutely.
If we were, as we proposed, to reduce the pension contribution by employees by 2.5%, the city would have to cover that.
That is correct.
And the employees would realize a higher paycheck because it would be less deducted for pension contribution, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how much it would cost the city if the IFF were to accept our offer of a 2.5% reduction in pension contribution
It will cost roughly around $408,000 annually.
to the city? It's
To the city.
New cost.
Yes.
All right. I believe they have proposed to have the pension contribution reduced by 4.25%. Do you know how much that would cost the city?
Roughly around $638,000.
So about, what's the difference between our proposal on pension contribution and the IFF's?
It's about $200,000+ difference.
One last question. We talked about all of these benefits. We talked about COLA, we talked about contribution rates for our pension that covers the employees of the Tallahassee Fire Department. Are all of these factors, rates and benefits that were negotiated with the union?
Correct.
So these aren't rates and benefits that the city or your office have unilaterally set?
Correct.
That's all I have for this witness.
Yes, one regarding pension contribution. Prior, you were just asked some questions about pension contribution and the cost of pension contributions. Prior to today, were you aware that the employee pension contribution for the firefighters pension plan was the second highest in the state of Florida?
I would say not that it was the second highest, but we are aware that it is high. But it's also contingent upon the code that they brought down for everyone back in 2004 with the negotiations at that time.
But specifically, you were not aware that it was the second highest in the state?
Correct.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to call Robert Wigan.
Please raise your hand if you want.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give will be the truth?
Do.
Thank you, sir.
Please give me your full name and spell spelling.
Yes, it's Robert Thomas Wigan, Robert Thomas Wigan, Wigen.
You're welcome to sit down. But don't leave.
Okay, I'll stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wigan, if you could slide
Yes.
forward to your section. All right.
Yes.
Now, can you talk to us about this slide? And in particular, can you tell the magistrate how the fire department at the city of Tallahassee receives its funding?
Sorry, I'll get the directions right. If it's all right, some background. I've been with the city 21 years.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Uh,
Go ahead.
um,
Yeah, where are you employed?
Out of the city of Tallahassee.
Okay, and in what capacity?
I'm the resource management director for the last 7 years.
What does that position do?
We're a staff of 10 who work with 14 operating funds to ensure balanced budgets on an annual basis. Those balanced budgets require us to identify revenues primarily through doing rate studies, cost of service analysis, indirect cost studies. We do that in partnership with those funds, with partners at Leon County, state agency, federal government. And part of then, after the identification of the revenues, we monitor expenditures to make sure that we're balancing the budgets. Lastly, and most importantly, is we present on a monthly or bi-monthly basis to the city commission to be transparent about the budget process, to involve the city commission and the public in that process.
In that capacity, Mr. Wigan, are you familiar with how the Tallahassee Fire Department receives its funding and is funded?
Yes.
Could you tell us about how the city receives revenue and then uses that revenue to fund the Tallahassee Fire Department?
Yes, the fire department revenue source is primarily fire service fees. There are also inspection fees. There are also an agreement with Leon County for EMS service, shared costs. Those fire services fees are collected countywide, which is critical so that our partners are involved in the process of paying for services that are received. And so that's the primary revenue source for the fire department.
Okay. Fire service fee is a revenue source that's permitted by state law.
Yes, statute 166 permits it. And local ordinances implement that.
And those fees that are collected fund a budget for the fire department.
Yes,
The budget for the fire department for 2023, 2024, did that contemplate a percentage increase for personnel at the fire department?
yes, rather than assuming no increase, we typically start a budget process with a 3% an amount there so that we can adjust accordingly as we get more information.
Okay. Do you know have you ever costed out and determined whether or not the city of Tallahassee's offer in these negotiations that are at impasse is at that budget, below that budget, or in excess of it?
In excess of that budget.
By how much?
3% across the board was about $574,000. City of Tallahassee's offer was right at about, $750,000. The counter offer.
And with regard to the proposals that impasse by the IFF, is that also over budget?
Yes, that's in excess of the city's budget, the city's offer, and then what was proposed by the IAFF, and that was $1.8 million.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you go back again and say that number again? What was that?
$1.8 million. I'm sorry, it was $1.4 million.
Okay,
That was the unions.
the unions.
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the next slide. I want to talk a little bit about a fire service fee, because it seems like it's kind of a unique way of going about funding the fire department and why we have a fire service fee and why it makes sense. So let me ask you to go through this slide and inform the magistrate about the background that led to a fire service fee.
Yes, one key element of the 14 operating funds is the general fund. One of its primary sources of revenue are property taxes. Property taxes, there are quite an amount of properties that are not eligible or available to tax on an annual basis. Those include state agencies, educational agencies, not-for-profits, of which the city has 80 plus not-for-profits. It ultimately means that about 47% of the properties are not on the tax roll. And on an annual basis, then there's also caps on what we can increase property tax. Property tax value is capped on an annual basis. And so again, that's a limiting factor on our residential customers, our residential citizens.
So if I could turn that around another way, to say it another way, only 53% of the property value in the city is subject to property tax.
Right, so fire services fees take into account residential, commercial, industrial users of the service to ensure fairness and equity. All residential, commercial, industrial customers who use the fire services pay for those services. And what's critical is if the general fund paid for those services, then about a third of 53% of the community would not pay for those services.
I think we heard earlier that people who reside in the county but not the city also receive the services of the Tallahassee Fire Department.
Yes, that's another consideration, is that we're in agreement with the county to implement fire services fees. If we move to paying for fire services by property taxes, we don't have taxing authority in the county. And so the 292,000 in population, there's about a third of that population that would not participate in paying for fire services.
So if the city simply relied upon, or in any part relied upon its property taxes to fund the fire department, it would mean that 47% of the property in the city would not be paying into that,
Yes,
but they would still be using the services.
yes,
And it would also mean that everyone living in the county outside of the city would not be paying property taxes toward that fire department service, but they would still be using the service.
correct.
If I could take you to the last tab here, could you kind of go back one? And let forward one, please. Yeah, this last one, general revenues is not appropriate to be used for fire services. Could you explain that to us one more time?
Sure. The general fund pays for services that are of general benefit to those users. It pays for, as mentioned before, the police department, parks and recreation, public infrastructure, human services. Those are paid for by property taxes and by a transfer from our utilities. The fire services fee, however, then to reach the broad audience of who the services are provided to, includes educational institutions, includes state agencies, includes not-for-profits who pay a residential, commercial, or industrial rate as a fire services fee to fully fund the fire department.
So the users are actually paying for it.
Yes, we're not shifting the burden to a smaller subset of only property owners, residential and or commercial property owners.
Which would happen if we were using general revenue money.
Correct.
All right, now, I want to talk a little bit about how this fee is set and where the fee is going over the next several years. So if I could take you to the next slide, and if you could explain what is meant by a fire service fee rate study, how does it come about, and how do these fees get set?
So we work with the department and with a consulting firm who has expertise in setting fire service fees across the state. And we identify the estimated budget for the department over a number of years, including factors such as a new facility or an expansion of a facility and the vehicles and equipment and personnel that are related to that service. We went through that process most recently in 2023. We had a unique experience in 2021 in that we were going through COVID. That would have been the typical year that we would have done a fire services fee study. The commissions directed us to not make changes to the fire services fee in fiscal year 21, to increase the fire services fee in fiscal year 22 by 15%. That replicated the study that was done in fiscal year 17. We then, in fiscal year 23, as I mentioned, did a fire services fee study and confirmed that 15% met the budgetary standards of over the next 6 years, with a 1.5% increase in the residential, commercial, and industrial fees that were set by that study.
So between 23 and 27, the fee will increase by 1.5%.
Correct. The 15% fee has a impact at the beginning. We increase the fees for example, on a residential property. It went from $200 to $234 annually. That enabled us to then cover the budget for the next 5 years with a 1.5% increase, add a new station, renovate another and expand another station, add employees to those stations. It collects money up front that then is sent to reserves so that we can pay debt service and then expected meet budgetary needs between 23 and 27.
Okay. If I could take you to the next slide, and we're going to talk on this slide about the general fund budget and some of the considerations with regard to the general fund.
Yeah, thank you. I'll concentrate on the pie chart. Much of this has been discussed as we've gone through either the presentation or these slides. The 14 operating funds each have unique revenue sources. It's based on the service level that's provided. It's based on the volume that each residential, commercial, industrial customer uses If you'll notice, the largest fund here is the electric fund. We set rates based on kilowatt hours and then development costs. The general fund, as we've mentioned, is based, the revenue sources are based on ad valorem taxes, some sales tax revenue from the state, and then general fund transfer from the utilities. In red is the fire services fees, and then we've got 11 other fees that were mentioned earlier as either proprietary or utility type fees. The operating budget for the city, while it's $868 million, the general fund is $201 million of that. That enables us to operate our police department, our roads and streets, parks and recreation, human services, and the constitutional officers of the community. And as shown there, it's about 2,900, a little over 2,900 employees.
Okay. Well, before we leave the fire service fee, as it relates to all the other sources of revenue, it sounds to me like to increase this fire service fee, there has to be approval of the city commission and the county commission?
We enter into an interlocal agreement with the county. The city commission would propose a change, and then we would negotiate with the county on that interlocal agreement. I believe we entered into a 6th interlocal agreement with this last rate study. Again, it's not only our review and assessment and understanding of the rates and fees and what are fair, but then their evaluation and analysis also to accept that interlocal agreement.
What would be the impact or effects of using other enterprise fees collected by the city, not dedicated for fire through a fire service fee, but for the fire service?
Yeah, each of the 14 operating funds has federal, state, local requirements that have to be met. As an example, our grants area, our human service areas, our aviation department, our transportation, transit services, also our public works department receive federal grants. Those federal grants have requirements on them. They have to remain in the fund and be used for the purposes that they were intended. The Federal Aviation Authority, for example, provides runway maintenance and repair and construction at our international airport. Were any funds transferred from aviation to any other fund, we would be in a position of having to repay those funds and then be ineligible in the future. And many of the grants that we have across the city have the same circumstances. Also in our utilities, on an annual basis, where when we go out for bonds, we have rating agencies that review our financials. And so in our electric, gas, water, sewer, utilities, Fitch, Standard & Poor's, Moody's review our financials. There are expectations of days cash on hand, amount that's reinvested in the utilities, and then also how much is a proper amount to transfer from the utilities to a general fund in place of profits. If we were using private utility systems, then the profit that goes to the shareholders, in our case, that profit comes back to the community to be used in our general government services. Those rating agencies would reduce our credit rating if they saw that we were transferring amounts to other funds, any of the other 13 funds other than the general fund.
Okay, thank you. On this slide, there's some information regarding a deficiency fund and a deficiency fund's target. What happened to the deficiency funds as a result of COVID? And where's it at now? And what does the city have to do with regard to this fund?
Yeah, during COVID, the city made a commitment to maintain service levels and staffing levels. And as part of that commitment, we did not have the revenue coming into the general fund that was expected. In some cases, federal money came in, but in other cases, we used our rainy day fund. It's our deficiencies fund. The general fund has this so-called reserve fund to set aside 2/12 of what our annual budget is for the general fund for this very purpose. We also use it in the case of natural disasters when we have to pay for restoration of services before FEMA steps in, and or it covers our portion of the cost, usually about 12.5% of any natural disaster. So the deficiencies fund was reduced during that time period of COVID, so we could maintain staff, maintain service levels. We are currently, as shown there, our expected deficiencies fund, 2/12 of the total of the general fund is $33.6 million. We currently are at about $24.8 million. We've developed a plan to show how we can restore that deficiencies fund over time with land sales, excess dollars, the surplus at the end of the general fund. Reliably, it's most likely land sales that will restore that deficiencies fund, because that's how it was developed in the first place.
But that's a challenge that the city is facing with regard to its budget.
Absolutely, and the plan that we present, the purpose of it was just for the purpose of getting out ahead of any rating agency that's looking at our general fund, because we are going out for general government bonds in the near future to for construction of roads, streets, and public complexes.
Okay. On the next slide, we focus on the fire department and what's going on with their funding. Can you advise the magistrate about what's going on with fire budget?
Sure, I'll primarily focus on that pie chart
I think
there.
we need to move that one.
And need to move forward.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you very much. You know, as we mentioned earlier, the fire department budget is about $58 million. 35.9 is total salaries and fringe benefits. You'll notice that the orange and blue pie slices represent those salaries and fringe benefits. If you look further to the right, and you'll see the green slice of pie and also the blue slice of pie, those are transfers. The rates were put in place with the expectation that we would recover money up front in order to ensure that we could balance a budget for 5 years. And so those transfers are then put into reserves. There's a planned transfer, and then based on what our actual experience is, there's an additional transfer if there's any money left over at the end of the year. The bullet that talks about the fire capital is instructive, because that's really where those reserves are being developed or being realized. We had monies in the rate study to appropriate for the Lake Bradford Road new fire station 17. We had $6.2 million that was planned in fiscal year 25. And as those designs go into effect, then we enter into a borrowing with a bank loan to start repaying those, and those reserves are important then to be able to pay down that principal and interest. You'll notice that the vehicles and equipment also are waiting the standing up of those facilities, and so that money goes into reserves. What we've realized that with construction costs are coming up much higher than what we expected. So again, a strain and challenge on the budget. And then lastly, in that pie chart, the $58.7 million, we are forecasting 36 new FTEs for the new fire station and the expansion of the fire station.
If I could bring you up to the top of that slide with regard to fiscal year 23 and the 5 years that ended prior to 23, how close have we ended to the budgeted amount?
Yeah, annually, we're within 1% of what the budget is. I mean, we actively manage with the fire department how that money is spent over the year. The budget is a plan. As things change, we make adjustments in the budget, and so we've typically been within 1% of budget. I'll note that this last year, we were 3.6% difference of revenues and expenditures, and that was primarily because we didn't incur debt service for the new fire stations and expected that to go into effect in this next year.
I'm going to ask you to move ahead to 3 slides. And the slide is city, it's 29, page 29.
Okay.
It's the title is City and IFF Costs versus Available Budget.
Yes.
All right. Could you tell the magistrate what is the significance of this analysis?
Yeah, this chart compares the city budget and what we established in the rates for firefighters, fire engineers, each of the classifications that you note there, and what our city offer was. The available budget in red is the $574,000. That's the 3% across the board that we assumed. The city's offer, then the 8.6%, the 4.1%, the 1.5%, then resulted, as we went through the analysis, in a cost of $921,000. And so it's in excess of the budget by $347,000. So in the fourth column then is the IAF offer, again comparing their request, the $1.4 million to the $574 million in budget, and a shortfall then of $917,000. And what's shown there is then the difference between by each of the classifications.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Regan, were you at the bargaining table for any of the collective bargaining sessions that took place between Local 2339 and the city?
No.
Prior to today, had you ever seen the PowerPoint presentation that the union presented on the opening day of bargaining?
I saw it late last week.
Okay, but throughout the period of bargaining, you had never seen
No.
it? Okay. I'm gonna, just because this slide's up, I'll bounce around a little bit. And then we're gonna work our way back to the fire fee. But here, I note that there's a budget allocation. No, this isn't the right slide, I guess. Can you go back, please, to there's a pie chart, might be the next slide up, availability of funds city. There we go. There's a sliver down in the corner, $1.3 million marked golf course. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, the city owns and operates a municipal golf course. It's Heileman Golf Course, and it's essentially an enterprise fund. It rounds of golf pay for the services for that, the availability of that golf course.
Well, rounds of golf plus $1.3 million.
No, the rounds of golf that people pay for the expenses of that $1.3 million.
So those fees are all that is allocated back here in this line item?
Yes.
Nothing more?
Nothing
The
more.
city doesn't supplement this business enterprise at all?
So probably about 5 years ago, on an annual basis, the general fund did support the golf course, prioritizing it as a service for the community. Since that time, the operations were reorganized, staffing was changed, labor costs were changed, and it's a self-sustaining fund, enterprise fund.
So if it falls short, what happens in a year?
We change the expense profile of the department so that they balance against the rounds of golf.
Okay, let's go back for a minute. to slide 21. So 3 ahead of this one. Right there. The last sentence of that first section says the revenues from the fire service fee are the only revenues available to fund fire operations. Is that your position?
They are not the only revenues. They are the only revenues for fire operations. And that may be the difference in what I'm hearing is we do have EMS fees that are shared costs with the county. We do have inspections fees that we collect.
So let's talk about the EMS fees for a minute. EMS fees are received from where?
Leon County.
And when the city receives those EMS fees, where are they deposited?
Into the fire fund.
Why?
Because of the support that the fire department provides to the EMS operation of the county.
By putting them in that fund, are they then subject to all of the other regulations that would apply to the fire service fee? In terms of where they can be spent and on what?
I'm not sure of the regulations that you're referencing.
All right, so I don't know if you've got the city's exhibits in front of you. Do you have a,
I've got exhibit book 1 and exhibit book 2.
with my exhibits, I guess. I'm showing him and walking him through city's exhibit 11. This has been introduced as city exhibit 11. It's in 2 parts here. First part is the current ordinance. Testimony earlier established that this is the current ordinance governing the fire fee. And you're familiar with the fire fee and the application of the fire fee?
Yes.
Is there a formula that's utilized that determines what a property pays? Are they in different zones?
There's a zone 1 and a zone 2. It's in proximity to a fire station.
Okay, and let me ask you this: is the fire fee is collected countywide? Yes.
Yes, it's multiple sources of collection. It's on a utility bill for city residents. It's on the property tax bill for county residents.
Okay,
And commercial and industrial properties.
and is the amount paid by county residents the same as city residents?
No, they are adjusted by the zone 1 and zone 2 proximity to a fire station.
What's the difference? So whether they're in the city or in the county, it's based on their proximity to a fire station.
That's one of the standards that the study uses, yes.
Okay, and the city of Tallahassee operates fire stations both in the city and in the county, is that correct?
Yes.
And of the stations operated in the city, do they provide advanced life support paramedic services?
Yes,
Do those stations in the county provide that service?
believe so. I'm not as familiar with the county. I don't know that answer.
Or let me ask you if you've seen this document before, if you know what this is the second document in that exhibit 11.
Yes. I recognize the document. I'm not sure of the where it's Government Services Group who we work with to develop the fire services fee study.
Okay. There is a section here on beginning on page 8, runs 8 and 9, that talks about accessible cost calculations. And the first section of that talks about fire rescue versus emergency medical services. Is it your understanding that the fire service fee monies cannot be used to provide EMS service?
Correct.
Okay. So to the extent that EMS services are being provided, they have to be funded from some other source, correct?
EMS, the transfer from Leon County for EMS for our EMS agreement pays for those services.
Okay, let's talk about that. At the end of this operational factor, I want you to read that last paragraph on page 9, just before the break. I want you to read that to yourself, and then I want to ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Okay, so according to this, the city reported 66,575 total fire rescue incident calls, of which 18,563 were non-EMS, meaning fire calls, and 48,012 were EMS calls. This information results in a 27.88% non-EMS operational factor. Am I reading that correctly to say that then approximately 72% is EMS? If 27% is non-EMS, the remaining percentage would be EMS, would it not?
Yeah, that's how that reads.
Okay, so what's the total fire department budget?
$58 million
Okay,
in fiscal year 24,
and so how,
57.5 million.
okay, so, and what was the amount that we received, that Tallahassee received from Leon County for the delivery of EMS services?
$4.1 million.
And what percent, do the math, but if we're receiving was it your testimony that $4.1 million fully funds EMS services?
It is the agreement that we've entered into with Leon County in order to pay for the services we provide on EMS. I am looking at the details that you mentioned, and we also, there is also a contribution from the airport fund for service.
In what amount?
$1.4 million.
So $6 million.
Yep.
Out of a total budget of what?
$58 million in 24.
So what is that, 15%, 12, 15%?
Yes.
Okay. But 72% of the department-wide services are EMS.
I think what that may reflect is the difference in service level between a fire call and an EMS call. That I would have to look at
Well,
the nature of the calls.
It's fair to say, though, in terms of expenses, that if we're allocating according to this chart, which says that fire versus rescue medical services determination of factors and a formula for accessible cost calculations, we're only 27.88%, according to this report, is applicable to fire delivery. Correct?
Again, I would have to know what the cost factors are to know whether a call equals a call to say that.
Would you read the second to last paragraph? Then I'll ask you a question. On page 9, operate under the operational factor, third paragraph down.
Okay.
All right, so according to that, aren't both fire and EMS calls captured in that BIFR system?
Yes.
Okay.
I think what I'm saying though is that the cost differential is what's critical, not necessarily that one call is equal to the other call.
You had said that the revenues received from Leon County must be spent on EMS delivery, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does that interlocal agreement say that the city is prohibited from spending any other resources on the delivery of EMS? That they can only spend what they get from Leon County?
When we established the fire services fee, we reduced property taxes because the property taxes were only collected from 47% of our property owners. in the community and move to a fire services fee to include the full population of those that we provide service to.
I understand it, and we've said the fire services fee is designed to provide fire services only, right? I'm talking about the EMS side. We're getting some from the airport, some from Leon County, totaling about, well, but to fund EMS. You said those monies received from Leon County can only be used to fund EMS. I'm asking you, in that interlocal agreement, does it dictate that no other resources from any other source can be used to supplement delivery of EMS services?
Again, I'll return to how we develop the budget. Our development of the budget is to ensure fairness and equity across the ratepayers, industrial, commercial, residential ratepayers, so that they are paying rather than shifting the burden to anybody else.
To your knowledge, is there any law or agreement that the city has entered into that prohibits
No,
spending general fund revenue to provide EMS services to supplement?
no,
Is there any law or agreement anywhere that the city of Tallahassee has entered into that prohibits expenditure of general fund revenue to supplement delivery of fire operations?
and again, going back to EMS and fire, I think what I would have to do is check court cases, because I'm not sure how transitioning services to a smaller population and requiring them to pay for services that are received outside of their service territory would impact, would put us in a position of being in legal difficulty.
Your general fund revenue is collected just in the city of Tallahassee, correct?
Correct.
And the fire stations within the city of Tallahassee provide, in addition to fire service, ALS services, correct?
Yes.
Then what would prohibit the city from spending general fund revenue collected in the city on the delivery of advanced life support services at stations located within the city?
That we've developed a budget in order to fairly cost those services and
What would prohibit
receive.
the expenditure of those funds?
I don't know.
When, under capital expenditures, there's a list of, slide 25. There we go. So under fire capital, there's a bunch of discussion about a Lake Bradford Road. Is that a new station?
Yes. Fire Station 17.
Is that in the county or in the city?
It's in the city.
Okay. So that services that will be provided out of that station include both fire and EMS services, correct?
Yes.
Is
Countywide.
the general fund contributing anything towards the capital necessary to build that station?
No.
And you mentioned several times that you're limited by budget. I'm going to direct you, notebook in front of you, number 2, exhibit notebook number 2. And exhibit K, K is in King. I'm going to direct your attention to the section on page 10 under millage rates, ask you to review that to yourself, and I want to ask you a question about it.
Okay.
Who is it that sets the millage rate annually that is to be applied in the city of Tallahassee?
The city commission.
So that's a conscious decision made by vote once a year?
Yes.
Um,
We go through a monthly process of bringing forward assumptions for our commissioners to identify how we compare on a cost basis, 11 municipalities. We show them general fund, waters, sewer, electric, and then that includes the millage rate.
So this indicates that the city of Tallahassee enjoys the lowest millage rate of the comparable largest cities in Florida for 2022. First off, do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. But so that's a conscious choice then made by the elected officials here, yes?
Yes.
And there was some discussion about budgets and available budget. You had a slide at one point that said available budget. Once a budget is set in, through public hearing in September and goes into effect October 1, is it in stone?
We do everything we can to match expenditures to revenues. And so we make adjustments as we go through the year for those things that can be extended out if those are expenses that are going to be in excess of revenues.
And where does that adjustment come from?
We bring a quarterly report to the city commission of what the status is of our 14 operating funds to let them know for preparation of the budget in the future where the current condition of the funds are.
And are funds moved in from that deficiencies fund that we were talking about to balance the budget throughout the year?
No.
Where does it come from?
So the general fund would make an adjustment in its labor or its professional services or its materials and supplies to balance if we saw an issue in our revenue sources. If our revenue sources that we receive were coming in lower than what was estimated in developing the
Let's
budget.
flip it around and say expenses were higher than you budgeted.
Expenses are higher, we would then also, again, reflect back on where revenues were and or then make adjustments in other areas. So we speak and work with public infrastructure, we work with Parks and Recreation, we work with TPD.
And so those monies then, had they not been used to shore up those account deficiencies, would have fallen out at the end of the year as fund balance, correct?
Any surplus in the general fund of revenues over expenditures, yes, would become a surplus at the end of the year.
And let me take you over to,
Our directive, though, by policy is that those would first go to restoring the deficiencies fund as a surplus and then potentially be used for capital projects.
again, internally, that's an internal policy, yes?
Yes.
So an internal conscious decision to do that.
It's in yes, city commission policy.
Okay. Let me find here in that CAFR. Okay, if you turn to page 42 in K. Down under fund balance, there's about 21 million listed and committed.
Mhm.
There was some discussion earlier about a deficiencies fund. Is that deficiencies fund?
No, those commitments are for repayment of borrowing that the general government has for its debt service and its capital project.
Doesn't the city maintain a separate debt service line item?
As an expense, but I think when we were looking at fund balance, they look at projects and identify those as being committed to those projects.
So that's
capital
over and above
projects.
whatever's in the debt service line item?
So the debt service is paid annually, and so yes, that would be over and above that.
Okay, so where is the deficiencies fund held? Where is that accounted for in the general fund?
I do not know that, where it's represented in the CAFR.
You talked about efficiencies that were run up during COVID. Was the city the recipient of any of the federally available American Rescue Plan? And there were a couple of grant programs that flowed out to state and local governments. Did the city of Tallahassee receive any of those funds?
Yes,
How much?
we received $42 million in ARPA funds.
Total
Yes.
between all of those programs?
I'm sorry, those were, they generally, those, I don't know the amount that came to Star Metro and or the airport, but what was received by the general government was $42 million.
And was any of that money deposited in the fire fund?
No, the commission voted on an action to use revenue replacement for the general fund and human service support for homelessness and housing during that time period. And that's a non-recurring funding source, and so would not be used for salaries that
It's a capital expenditure on a fire station or recurring?
it's a borrowing that we do, and then we repay the debt service over time. Yes.
But if you had grant monies, you could spend that on capital and then free up those funds that otherwise would have flowed from the general fund or the fire fund, correct?
Possibly.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Very quickly, just to reiterate, the city, through statutory authorization, created the fire service fee to equitably have the actual users of the fire service pay for the fire service, correct?
Correct.
And if we were to use general revenue funds instead of the fire service fee, we go back to having the inequity of 53% of the people in the city paying for the other 47% and also paying for the county. And for that reason, it would create an inequity to have general revenue or the millage rate funds that we looked at spent on the fire services funded by the fire service fee. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
I can stand a couple minute break.
I'll work on it.
Warm this afternoon.
You want me to wait?
We're adjourned. Thank you.
We asked that this morning.
Okay.
We asked the building folks to turn it down, so we'll check it again. Could you check your phone again?
Yes,
Said it, y'all. Thank you. It's too warm.
yeah. I don't,
in their take home. And the pension reductions, we think it's supported by market data.
All right, well, let's go to slide 31 and talk about market data. What markets did the city look at to consider market comparisons to Tallahassee Fire Department employees? And why Gainesville, Jacksonville, Lakeland, Panama City, Pensacola, and Daytona?
Well, we followed the general practice that we do for any of the citywide compensation studies, where we look out at what we believe is the comparable market. And that could be a very small area depending on the job, or a larger area. In this case, we identified Gainesville, Jacksonville, Lakeland, Panama City, Pensacola, and Daytona is the comparable markets because of their regional locale in the state of Florida, in the cost of living in those areas, those sorts of things. And when we do a market analysis, we don't just average the data we get, we look at the 60th percentile. And then we will run those numbers both with and without the cost of living adjustment to see if it makes a material difference in what the market number comes out.
For the magistrate's purposes, what do you mean by you look at the 60th percentile?
Well, instead of just taking an average, we've said as the city that our market value for positions, what we consider the market value for the position, to be slightly above the average at the 60th percentile.
Okay. If I could ask you to go to the next slide and tell us, looking at these other comparables, how do the firefighters at the city of Tallahassee compare?
So the next series of slides are by classification, where we take the entry step and the top step. And we've calculated two numbers. We've collected collective bargaining agreement data that was available when the negotiations started. So there've been one or two of these entities that the collective bargaining agreements, new agreements have been signed, but we took that data that was available almost a little less than a year ago, and we looked at the entry step and the top step, and the columns that say entry bare are the numbers that we got out of the collective bargaining agreements. We take all of those other departments plus Tallahassee's number and calculate the 60th percentile, and that's the bolded row that we call as market. Then the next set of columns, the entry COL for each one, we've adjusted each of those other cities to Tallahassee's cost of living based on a series of cost of living indexes that we got from the same source on the internet. We run that same calculation again. So in the case of the entry-level firefighter, the market bare would be 46.3, and the market with the cost of living adjustment would be 45.8. And then below that, in the columns labeled entry COL, I show what the Tallahassee offer is. And the first row is just with the across the board component. And the second row is the equivalent compensation to reflect the pension reduction in the one-time bonus. And I've done that for each of the different ranks within the two collective bargaining agreements.
So, so the same layout of comparison for firefighters is also utilized for engineers on slide 33, utilized for lieutenants on slide 34, utilized for captains on slide 35, and utilized for battalion chiefs on line 36. Let me back this up a little bit. just a general observation, how does these various 5 ranks compare to the market?
In general, what we found is the higher the rank, the more equal to or above market we were, and that the lower the rank, the more we were off from the market slightly. Now, within the city's standard compensation project or concept in policies, we would be market on all of them without any adjustment, because if we're within 10%, the city considers to be in market if the market calculation is within 10% of what we're paying today. But ignoring that part of our policy, we saw with the firefighters and the lieutenants, we were slightly out of market. The captains, the battalion chiefs, the firefighters and engineers, we were slightly out of market. Lieutenants, we were essentially at market. And the captains and battalion chiefs, we were above market.
How did this influence the proposal made by the city for salaries in this round of negotiations?
Well, that's exactly why we structured our proposal in a stair-step fashion, where it's greater for the firefighters than the next greatest is for the engineers and so on.
If I could take your attention to slide 37. Have you looked at the comparables that have been used by the IFF? We saw them today. Do you have any concerns about how they were reached?
I did take a look at their exhibit after it was submitted and identified 3 areas where it appeared, based on the limited information there, that they did not follow our standard practice. One is they averaged everybody else exclusive of the city. They didn't include the city in any of their market averages. Well, the city is part of the market, so we would include that in our calculation. The second, they used averages, just straight math averages, instead of using the 60th percentile. And it didn't appear that it was adjusted for the relative cost of living.
If I could direct your attention to slide 38, tell me what this slide is and what it says to us.
So I took the data that the IAFF provided in the total compensation column of their exhibit and replicated it in the columns that are listed as bare. I then did their calculation without the city on an average, and I calculated the average with the city number in there. Then I did the same thing for the 60th percentile, and then calculated the delta based on that. And then I took the same cost of living data that I used for our comparables, and then the cost of living data for the other cities, and the indexes are shown there in the first column, and adjusted those numbers to reflect Tallahassee's cost of living, and did the same averages and 60th percentiles. And the red numbers show the delta to the city current based on the cost of living adjusted. Now, I didn't look at any of their underlying data about whether I agreed with the adjustments they made between the base salary and the total compensation. I didn't go back and check any of the base compensation. I just took their data at face value and ran these calculations.
Okay, if I could go to the next slide. We heard today that there was some comparisons with the contract negotiated by the Police Benevolent Association for the employees in the 2 bargaining units at the Tallahassee Police Department, which is a 3-year collective bargaining agreement. But if I go back to your original overview, most of the employees with the cities, over 3,000, are not represented by any union or falling under any collective bargaining agreement, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's made up of all of our temporaries and about 2,100, 2,200 of the regular full-time.
Okay. Now, this regular full-time, these are people that are doing essential jobs, correct?
Correct. That's our utility folks, our general government folks, our parks and recs, public infrastructure, aviation, all of the areas other than police, sworn police officers and sworn firefighters, which includes some police and fire employees that are considered general government. They're outside the collective bargaining agreement.
But linemen working on electrical wires, people digging into water pipes, people driving buses, people collecting garbage, all of these people fall under this general group, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, how do the increases over time, has the increases for the IFF unit compared to this general employee group?
So we went back and looked at historical data from fiscal 14 to fiscal 23 and identified that on a cumulative basis or compounded basis, the IAFF has seen a cumulative increase in compensation of 49, 50%. I've got a chart that shows that. Where the general government employees that are not represented by a collective bargaining agreement have seen an increase of about 31% over the same period of time.
If you go to the next slide, is that the historical pay chart that you were referencing?
Yes, sir, it is. That's just the individual year data.
Now, if I can bring you to the next slide, besides base salary, are there other financial benefits that are provided by the city to members of this bargaining unit?
Well, the next two slides, this slide and the next one, show other compensation-related type factors that are included in the collective bargaining agreement. For example, if they've got a certification, if they're a hazmat tech, a drone pilot, whatever, these are different supplements that are paid to the rank and file members, and then slide 42 has those supplements that are paid to the supervisors for different duties that may be assigned, or different certifications, duties, or responsibilities.
41 is for the rank and file, and 42, the next is
It's for the supervisors.
And how often are these these numbers, are they bi-weekly, monthly, annually?
That's bi-weekly unless it's noted otherwise. And that was not included in any of the comparable analysis. No.
I think we heard earlier today that there was nothing proposed to change health care coverage costs in this round of negotiations or at impasse. But at the next slide, could you tell us about some of the benefit changes that have occurred recently at the city of Tallahassee?
I don't remember who it was that mentioned this earlier, but under the collective bargaining agreements, the cities agreed to provide healthcare benefits to the members covered by the collective bargaining agreements in the same fashion and amounts that we do for general employees. So we have one healthcare program for the entire city. It was mentioned earlier, the city used to pay 70% of the aggregate of that cost and the employees 30%. Back in 21, we started a move to go from 70-30 to 80-20. And so the city picked up that portion, picked up more of the cost of the medical benefits for all of our employees. Now, it's not 80-20 at the individual employee plus one and family. it's 80/20 of the aggregate cost of the healthcare plan. But based on some numbers that our resource management or financial management folks have done, Robert's team, that represented about a $3,600 annual savings for an employee in the city that had a family plan. And then the other benefit change that we've had is a personal leave buyback. So the city has a policy in place that we can carry over, those that earn personal leave can carry over a certain amount of leave from year to year. Once you hit that carryover limit, if you don't use your leave, you lose it. Back when COVID hit, it was difficult at times for us to get people off because of how we were having to work. So I think that was the first year that we did a trial basis of a personal leave buyback. And we've done it on a trial basis over a couple years. In December, and it's been offered to both unions. Each year we've done it as a trial. In December, the city commission voted to make it permanent. And we've included an MOA with both units or unions to let them participate in the buyback program for 2023, and that's something that we would look at doing going forward. And that was offered outside the negotiations process.
All right, there's a couple other articles besides compensation that are at impasse. Some of these were not discussed up until throughout the morning, but I want to touch on some of them. And that would take us to slide number 44. The magistrate picked up that there was some language in the contract that was proposed to be struck on a Kelly buyback trial period. Why does the city think at this time that language should remain in the contract?
Well, that's a fiscal impact to the fire department. It requires the fire department to buy the Kelly, if the Kelly days are allowed to be bought back. It's a fiscal impact to the department. We're already at a position that's higher than we had budgeted for that. So the city position is that for that and the flexibility for the fire command staff, it needs to stay a trial period.
Right. We're not suggesting that the Kelly buyback program would go away. We just want to continue to study it.
That's correct. And then if we have a financial issue with it, we have the ability to pull it back if we have to.
The next, some other things that were asked for in Article 6 is to have pre-approved personal leave count as working time for overtime, and to have mandatory overtime paid at double time instead of FLSA time and a half. Why does the city think that's unwise?
Again, two things. One, we think that's probably more appropriate to be discussed in a 3-year agreement than a 1-year agreement, but it's got a fiscal impact. So currently under the contract, if a firefighter schedules personal leave and then has to work overtime, they're paid straight time up for the first hours they work. So I'm going to use a 40-hour-a-week employee as an example because I think it's more easily understood. If you're scheduled to work 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday, and you schedule Tuesday and Wednesday for vacation, but you have to work Saturday or Sunday, you end up not having to use that vacation on Tuesday and Wednesday. You're not getting, if you still take Tuesday or Wednesday off, you're still going to just get 40 hours of pay for that week. Because under the Fair Labor Standards Act, it's the first 40 or 53 hours that are paid at straight time, and everything after that is paid at overtime. What this proposal would do is treat personal leave like it's working time. So in that case, you would get paid, you would take your leave, but you'd then get paid at time and a half. So that's a fiscal impact. And then the mandatory overtime is just a straight change from time and a half to 2 time on the fiscal impact.
Moving on, but staying on Article 6, just by way of background, and if we could look at slide 45, there was some discussion about the deployments outside of the city. And this is a one-year contract, so let me ask you this. Has there been a deployment so far this year?
Not that I'm aware of, not in fire.
Okay. Over the past 5 years, how frequently have there been a deployment?
There's been, based on the data the command staff provided me, it's been essentially one deployment a year. Been 6 to 15 days and impacted 3 to 26 employees.
Okay, moving on to Article 6 on sick leave. There was a proposal that was made that would say that if you were in drop, it would cost you twice as much to use sick leave pool. You'd have to use it toward the max, there's a max, correct? And you'd have to use sick leave, when you use the sick leave hour, it would actually count double toward the maximum. So you'd reach the maximum first, which means sick leave pool hours would not be as available to someone in drop as not drop, correct?
That's my understanding.
Why does the city think that's a bad idea?
It's an equity and fairness issue. Some of the other proposals under Article 9 too were a fiscal impact in that if we allow retiring employees to donate additional hours to sick leave pool, that converts from a 25 cent on the dollar or 33 cent on the dollar fiscal liability to the city to 100%.
All right, let's stop for a second and explain that. So if you're retired or you're separating and you're eligible for a sick leave payout, the amount of sick leave payout that's been established is how much?
Well, I don't remember the exact hour number, but there's a trigger. If you're at one level, it's 33 cents on the dollar. If you're at another level, it's 25 cents on the dollar.
And no one's suggesting a change to that.
No,
But if that same person was just allowed to drop hours into the sick leave pool, they would then be used at full hour cost.
that's correct. And then the other thing was to add resignation, folks resigning to get paid for sick leave if they resign after they're vested under the current contract, if I recall correctly. If you resign, you don't get your sick leave payout.
All right. Article 14 on medical examination. We heard some talk today about wellness programs. Is the essence of what was proposed in 14 that there be some type of wellness exam? I don't want to use anyone's name or proper nouns, but an outside contractor would provide a comprehensive wellness exam for the firefighters?
It was a comprehensive enhanced physical wellness exam, et cetera.
And did the city agree to do that?
The city agreed in concept to do that.
Why is this article still an impasse?
Well, my understanding from talking to the negotiating team is we agreed to do it. The union wanted to provide an MOU that outlined some details of how it was administered, et cetera. And to my knowledge, the city has never received that MOU to look at.
Lastly, Article 15, educational assistance. Is this money for people to be able to attend to Tallahassee Community State College or Florida State University or Florida A&M University or other educational experiences?
Correct. There were two components to it, was increase the amount of money that the department has available to fund that program, and two, to allow probationary employees to seek EMT and paramedic training before they had completed their probationary period.
Given where we are in the year, is it even feasible for someone to take advantage of this EMT paramedic training from a probationary status?
I believe we've passed the cutoffs for admission And if we have it, it would only be for one semester. It would be the summer semester.
Fall and spring have
Spring are
already
gone.
passed. And there's also an issue here requesting the modification of dates for the reimbursement submission. Did the city agree with that?
Yes, yeah, that was a ministerial thing, and we had no problem with making that change.
All right, you know,
Which change?
the first bullet, which is request modification of dates for reimbursement submission, city agreed with that. There was some questions asked by some of the witnesses, whether they were actually in negotiations, whether they were at the bargaining table. When the city would receive a proposal from the International Association of Firefighters bargaining team, would individuals outside of the actual attendees for the city have a role in analyzing cost or operational issues?
Yeah, that's exactly what would happen is the negotiation sessions progress. You and Sandra, as the city manager's representatives at the negotiating table, would bring those proposals back, and we would then bring into the discussions whoever we needed to. If it was to talk about budget issues, we would bring Robert in from resource or financial resources. If it was pension issues, we'd bring Angel and the treasurer clerk in. So we would go out and bring whoever we needed to from the city that were the subject matter experts to the table to help us formulate what the city's response would be.
And that focus would be on the actual contract language that was being proposed by the IFF.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Margera, I want to be clear about just following up on that line of questioning. Were you at the bargaining table for any of the bargaining sessions that occurred prior to impasse?
No, I wasn't, but one of my staff was.
Prior to today or this past week, had you seen the union's PowerPoint presentation that was presented on the first day of bargaining?
I don't think I had seen the presentation till last week, but we've talked through most of the issues during the course of the negotiations as our negotiating team reported back of the discussions.
So it's your testimony, if I understand it, that I believe there was 21 bargaining sessions, and after each of those sessions, the city manager's representatives would come in and meet with you and whoever else subject matter experts you needed. So you guys got together at least 21 times then over the course of this bargaining, is that correct?
We would talk before and after each session and sometimes during the sessions.
And yet you had never seen the opening PowerPoint presentation the union presented that laid out the background for its proposals, is that correct?
No, I had not seen the presentation.
Okay. If we can put the slide presentation back up, I've got several questions about that. Were you aware prior to today that the Tallahassee Fire Department's pension contribution, employee pension contribution, was the second highest in the state?
I wasn't aware that it was the second highest. I knew it was high because of the provisions that they had negotiated.
And you made some comment earlier about the vast majority of city employees are not union, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so is it your understanding that those employees, were they to organize, join a union and file the appropriate paperwork and have a vote with the Public Employee Relations Commission, do they have a right to organize?
Certainly they have a right.
And if they did, they would also engage the city in collective bargaining, would they not?
That's correct.
So the fact that they're not organized is a decision that is theirs to make, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. you would, go to slide 31.
Okay.
Where did this list of comparable markets come from?
It was working with the command staff and our compensation staff in the city manager's office. We identified who we believed were the comparable markets.
Okay, if you would, turn to Exhibit Book 2. It's on your podium. And Exhibit K, as in King.
Okay, what page?
Page 10.
Okay.
There's a list of cities and a chart there in the middle of page 10 that are, the city represents our comparable largest cities in Florida with Tallahassee. Is there a reason you did not include that list in your market analysis?
We followed our standard process of looking at the individual positions we were looking at and identifying what we thought the comparable markets were. Depending on the position we're studying, it may be these cities, or it may be the cities that are in the CAFR, or it may be a whole different set of cities or entities, depending on the position that we're looking at.
Are there any of these cities that you're aware of that don't have firefighters?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look. I think most of them do.
Okay. Do you know if they have engineers?
I'd have to go look at their collective bargaining agreements.
Okay. You had mentioned that there's a city policy and a long-standing practice of shooting for the target as the 60th percentile among comparables. Is that correct?
That's been the practice of the city for many, many years.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn in the Exhibit Book 1 to Exhibit C.
Okay.
And I'm going to, there's two, do you recognize the documents that are there both in front and behind the blue separator sheet?
These appear to be the text portions of the PBA agreements, the two PBA agreements between the city and the PBA that
Okay.
were just executed last year.
Do you also meet with the bargaining team that negotiated these two agreements on a regular basis when they report back after bargaining sessions?
I was not at the city when these negotiations occurred, so I was not meeting with them.
Okay. I'm going to ask you then, turn to the back page of the first bargaining agreement. This, to your knowledge, the city ratified these agreements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it your testimony that the reason the city settled on $60,500 at step 1 for police officers, investigators in fiscal year 24 is because that represents the 60th percentile?
I have no knowledge because I wasn't involved in those discussions.
Have you had any discussions with anyone, city manager or anybody that salary figure needs to be reduced because it is not in conformity with the 60th percentile policy?
I have not, because I've not looked at it, because this was a contract that was ratified before I came back to the city, or approved before I came back to the city.
While you were gone, to your knowledge, did the city depart from the 60th percentile policy?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was the 60th percentile policy here prior, when you were here prior?
But that's been the practice during my entire tenure, or the majority of my tenure with the city.
Okay. So do you have any reason to believe that these were negotiated and ratified by the city based on conformity with that policy, these figures in both these contracts?
I don't know what the basis was because I was not involved in those negotiations or analysis.
You could take us to slide 40 for a minute. This says historical pay increases, in footnote 2 says uses average step increase percentage when steps occurred. Are there years when steps don't occur?
My recollection is there are years that under the, and that applies just to the fire numbers, that there were years where there was an across-the-board raise, but no step adjustment. And when I say no step adjustment, that's no across-the-board step adjustment. There may have been people that got promoted or ended probation, but no across-the-board step adjustment.
Do you know how many, well, you were not here when the PBA agreements were bargained?
No, I was not.
When you did your wage comparison that you illustrated on a couple of the slides, did you take into account the hours worked to earn that salary?
No, I took,
Comparative hours worked?
no, I looked at the total compensation that was shown in the collective bargaining agreements. Total annual compensation that was shown in the collective bargaining agreements.
But you adjusted for CPI, yes?
I adjusted for the relative cost of living, yes.
But you
Not
did-
CPI, but cost of living.
Cost of living, but you didn't adjust based on comparative hours worked for that salary.
No, I did not.
Yeah, did you take into consideration in any of those comparables, the pension contribution that those employees were making?
I did not.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
I have no other questions of this witness, and the city rests.
Okay. Does the union wish to present any testimony in regard?
Yes, we do. We're ready. I'd like to recall President Joseph Davis.
David, since you have stood down, I'm going to ask the reporter to place your vote.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
I do.
the truth? Thank you, sir.
President Davis, are you familiar with the services delivered by Tallahassee Fire Department, both within the city and outside the city?
Intimately.
In the stations that are outside the city in Leon County, does the city of Tallahassee Fire Department provide paramedic level ALS service?
We currently do not have any ALS units at any of our county maintained systems, stations.
The stations inside the city, are they ALS equipped and staffed?
Currently, every station inside the city has a ALS unit at all times.
All right, I don't know if we can pull up. There was a chart. I gotta find it now in the city's presentation.
Mr. Schulman, may I sit down and grab my copy?
Oh,
of the
here we
city's-
go, here we go. On,
I'm sorry, there's a question.
I'm sorry.
Can I get my copy of the city's presentation?
No, I'll,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Let me say, you have a question on it?
No. I can just go off, just in case, I can just go off of what my counsel has.
Let's just do
That's
this.
fine.
The city has a chart on page 40.
Mhm.
Marked historical pay increases.
Yes.
Is that an accurate chart?
So the first thing that I did notice, that there is one inaccuracy on it for,
What is it?
FY '23. We received a 4.25% pay increase, except for the firefighter rank alone received an extra 1%.
And that indicates that there were 3 ranks that received that level?
Yeah, it shows that all of the rank and file received the 5.25, and that the captains and battalion chiefs received a 4.5.
And you see the footnote at the bottom of that regarding step increases?
Yes.
Were there years that the bargaining unit members did not receive their step increase? Steps were not advanced as a part of the pay proposal? from the
Yes,
city?
there were.
What were those?
FY 14, FY 18, 19, 20, and 21.
I don't have anything further.
2 questions. Lieutenant Davis,
Yes, sir.
if I understand your testimony correctly, what you're saying is that the chart on 40, with the exception of the engineers, lieutenants getting 4.5% as opposed to 5.25%, everything else, as far as you see, is accurate.
It was 4.25, but yes, all the other lines were accurate to my best knowledge.
Okay, good. And when we're looking at that year, fiscal year 23, the 5.25% and the 4.5%, they were negotiated, weren't they?
Yes, and yes, they were negotiated.
That's all the questions I have.
Nothing further.
I just gotta make sure I understand one of these.
Yes, sir.
So, City of Tallahassee has all the fire stations in Leon County.
Yes, sir.
And within the city, those fire stations located within the city of Tallahassee, you have fire operations as well as ALS folks going out and running ambulances and helping people.
Yes.
Well, not running. Not ambulances.
Yeah, we do. So
Non-transport
let
paramedics.
me
Could you
elaborate.
explain that a little
Okay.
more?
Absolutely,
Obviously,
yes, sir.
right.
So, we're, this is an oddity for us here, as well. We're co-housed with Leon County EMS in this building. And not a lot of, other municipalities have 2 separate services. We do not transport. We do ALS first response and we do BLS first response,
But on scene.
yes, on scene, right? So each of the stations within the city limits have at least one unit that has an ALS sticker from the Department of Health, and they have at least one medic on it and their tools. That makes sense?
That does. And then the ones that are in the unincorporated county do not have one vehicle.
Correct. The ones, yes.
I got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's all I have. Did you all have follow up based on?
None.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. What are we doing for this time? Joe?
Well, okay, from what I understand, Bradley would like to wait till the 23 CAFR comes out, and he would like to supplement that to the record. So we have that, then I guess the court reporter can then complete the record, and then provide us with the transcript, because we've agreed that we'll provide you with the transcript.
Okay.
And then, we'll have whatever time is necessary to submit written positions to you.
How long do you believe it would take to get this transcript to us?
Normal deliveries are about 2 weeks. Do you need it sooner than that?
No, I don't think so. Are we anticipating the CAFR being available mid-April, end of April?
I think that what I heard earlier was that the target for like the deadline was gonna be
April
April
30th.
30th, yeah.
What if we notify you as soon as we get the CAFR, and you give us a certain amount of time from that date forward to file briefs.
Okay, so that's possible, but let me also ask this, do we need to have the reporter wait until the new CAFR comes in to do the
No,
transcript?
because there'll be no testimony. Yeah,
Right.
there's no testimony.
Okay.
No, no.
So, yeah, that's fine, and then, I mean, how much time after, CAFR's coming? 10 days, 15 days, 30 days, how long do y'all need?
I would love 30 days.
I'm okay with 30 days.
Okay, so, and let's go back on the record. All right, in a brief off-the-record conversation, which those who were present all heard, but I want to make sure it's on the record. The parties have agreed that the court reporter will prepare the transcript and transmit it as soon as possible to incur any additional expenses to do so. Additionally, the parties have asked me to hold the record open for the receipt of the current year, last year's cap, the one that we're expecting to get at some point, hopefully by the end of April of this year. The parties will advise me once they receive that cap, transmitting an electronic copy to me, it's an exhibit that I'll take into evidence. And then from that time forward, the parties will have 30 days to submit their post-hearing submissions to me, at which point that will begin my deliberation. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. very good.
Format, framework of the brief. You want it to only electronic, or you want electronic and hard copy?
I only would like an electronic. Text embedded PDF.
It what?
Text embedded PDF.
Okay. Someone in my office will know what that is.
Yes, they will. Type it as a Word document, save it as a PDF.
Oh, okay. All right. So only, no hard copy.
Please. No. Okay. Are there any further matters to be taken up during today's hearing? I'll start from you.
Another question about the brief. Cross-file, we give you and you cross-file. We just send each other briefs on whatever that.
If you don't mind cross-surfing it, it just saves us the timing.
Yeah.
So
We'll send them to you, and then once you have both, if you would send us a copy of the.
and that's what we'll do. Okay, I call that something different, but that's fine. So
Okay.
the parties will send me and not the other side their respective post-hearing briefs. I will then, when I have both, or upon expiration of the briefing period, I will then send what I received to both sides, that you'll have that. The other thing that I'll say is sometimes things come up, if parties agree on an extension of time with respect to filing the briefs, just tell me what it is. I don't need to make any separate decision. But,
Thank you.
all right, anything further from the city?
No, thank
All right,
you.
very good. Well, folks, we are now adjourned. Thank you very much for your time.
The moon's from over here because she wants to talk. I think he's okay. Yeah.
Sorry to bother you.
He
You're
looks,
leaving.
you know, he
But
kind
I
of
just
looks.
Yes.
They do. Thank you.
He was able to watch the TV. And it was very
So Joey, you're gonna stand up basically a little bit farther back than you think, so that's a good distance. But Archie, you're welcome to. He's gonna take some questions, so you're welcome to jump in. Joey's gonna report. You're welcome to.
Tell me if I'm out of shot.
Then we'll pick our own.
Okay, okay, all right, I'll write that down, thank you.
Yeah, okay, so.
And I usually can like brown.
What do you want me to do, just talking to him about whatever? Okay, how you doing, Mike? Where are you going after this? What time? I might run up to the city hall for a minute, hopefully TJ's gonna get to speak, I'll see. Yeah. Sweet. I can have a little call drink soon. Yeah, you know.
I don't need the hard copy.
Had just mentioned that 10 is an accounting as an ALS station.
It's partially in the city, I'm not worried about it.
All right, all good. That's all that would.
Can I bring you your mic? I'll get it, yes ma'am, I'm coming over there right now.
Yes.
Okay.
On this, the old lady.
Hey, so one item.
All too well.
Here's one station that's partially city,
Oh,
a
that's
little
been
bit of
going
city,
on.
and Carolina. We can talk about that later. Awesome. Thank you.
You want to go and need him to step out of the shot or not?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Okay.
You said me, but I said.
Okay.
All right, Joey, you were the president of Local 2239, right?
Yes, I am.
Joey, we had an impasse hearing today.
Uh-huh.
How do you think it went?
Are you really want me to answer this right now? Okay. He's asking the questions? All right, awesome.
So how do you think it went today?
I think it went really well. We were able to explain what we asked.
So when you answer it, just say like today's impasse hearing.
Okay. Right.
I got a warning on my phone about a.
I'm live. Okay. Thank you so much for
How do you think it went today, Joey?
that. So today's impasse hearing went well. We were able to explain our issues and what our asks were, and help the magistrate understand why we feel the city, number one, had the money to pay for those asks, and to help him see the difference in how we have been treated versus how others within the city and other fire departments are being treated.
So there's a question on Facebook, which is, do we have any idea when the ruling will be made? Can the city vote at this point, or do they now have to wait for the ruling?
Yeah, so, this process, we can have more negotiations. The city can vote to accept any offers at any time during this process, to be quite frank. But as for the special magistrate's recommendation, we will probably not likely have that till towards the end of May or possibly even into June.
And so here's another question. If they come back to an agreement, does the city plan to backdate?
Well, that's up to the city. I'm sure, there may or may not be recommendation. So the question being that whether or not there would be back pay or retro of those benefits, and it's possible. I mean, the city could decide to do that and go ahead and pay us for the whole year, or they could decline that.
I'll just ask the office, because they.
And so do you, that's a good question, but do you have anything, what should people do if they want to help, or what should people do if they want to?
His copy's not.
Right, so the easiest ways to get involved if someone's wanting to get engaged on this issue or help us out in any way, shape, or form, the easiest way is to get on our social media or go to our website, standwithfirefighters.com. And there's multiple ways on that website to get involved, send information to the city as to what you support, sign a petition, ask for a yard sign. There's multiple ways for you to get engaged. You can go onto our Facebook, Tallahassee Professional Firefighters, and you can message us there if there are any other questions that you have as well.
Yes,
Good. All right, sweet.
All right, thanks, guys.
but it's 2:30, yeah, he was like outside the bedroom window.